Good morning, chat. Act 2, finally. Excited to see. What that's gonna mean. Alright. Wait. What do we have? Clear the parasites are coming from the Moonrise Towers. Infiltrating the towers and finding the source of the evil may be our only chance of finding a cure. Okay, sounds like something we should consider. Lae'zel is still in denial. Okay. Infiltrate the towers. Infiltrate is a word. So where are we supposed to have come from? There.
We offer our prayers to the Dark Lady, whose comfort and grace heals all.
Alright, let's chug a mind reading potion. And I would love to make it to Baldur's Gate someday. Okay.
Very well.
We offer our pain to the Lady of Loss, that she may truly know her faithful. We offer ourselves to the darkness, that blessed Shah may give us her mercy.
Okay. Can't pick up and add to wares. Open locked. Lockpick.
With a fleck of the wrist?
DC 10. True Cyphus. True.
Might be useful.
Oh, I should do that. I don't know if we'll hit that button in a minute. In fact, what did we just gain by that? Potions still at these. Elixirs are now at 13. Can make Hill Giant strength elixirs. Oh, we can make universal resistance elixirs? That sounds good, right? Let's go double check that is what I think it is. Is that what I think it is? Resistance to all damage. We take. Bonus action resistance. Bonus action consumable. Resistance to all damage types. Compare that to fucking grant protection. And we have magic bags. So we can literally transfer that any distance amongst our own teammates. The comparison is fucking like grant protection or something, grant protection from energy or something, where you get a single resistance type for like a level 3 spell and its touch as an action. It's absolutely wild, the difference in power level there. All right, what else are we doing? I wanted to take a look at Gale. I feel like Gale had a spell that I wanted to learn. I think it was, how do I do that? I go K here. I wanted to do that summon. Learn. And I wanted to cast Cheeky Quasit. What are we giving up? Scorching Ray, probably. The damage skills have just not scaled well. The ones that are any damage type are okay. The rest of them haven't scaled that well at all. It's a ritual, right? Yeah. Okay. Where do we put a ritual spell? Over here, probably. Okay. Suppose light could be there. All right.
Oh, shit-pilling toe-rag! Never summon shovel, never feed shovel, now call shovel! Huh? Who are you?
I don't think I noticed the scroll was called Cheeky. Okay. Hey, Gamar. I'm asking the questions here. Who are you? What chewed you up and spat you out? I'm Gale. Nice to meet you. I'm asking the questions
You
here.
got jam in your holes? Shovel! Don't like it? Change it.
Does basket sound good to you? How about another utensil? Fork? Shovel is fine.
So you're Shovel's master now? Fine. I like scutting, killing, tearing, smearing, and dancing on dead kiddies.
Me too.
Call me when the fisting starts. Oh, and don't be a boring shite!
Huh. Invisibility until long rest. Oh, he doesn't fly though. He's not a flyer.
What to do?
Yeah. Alright. I have a plan. I was trying to figure out, we have a couple mind player powers to apply still. But I was trying to figure out how I could use this horrible, horrible ability they gave us that I took that I thought would be not terrible, but is in fact absolutely terrible. Not Transfuse Health, that one's terrible in its own way, but Shield of Thralls. But I have a plan. The plan involves using familiars to become essentially walking int bombs. We'll see if it works. Your targets... How does this work? Your targets overcome their stage fright when they succeed on an attack, or your targets have disadvantage on attack rolls and take psychic damage each time they miss. We have Charm. Wait, why did I take a bunch of garbage? Oh, I didn't take... The ones that I took are seared into the brain. Kind of tempted to add Displace to our Barbarian.
Don't burn yourself.
Like she could use Force Tunnel. Anyway.
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it. What path lies before me?
Weary Traveler. Weary Traveler. Let's get to it. What am I missing? I feel like there's a spell that I normally buff with that I'm missing. Also, I haven't fixed my... Oh, I have fixed bars. Okay. And you got any night?
Light on my feet.
Who there, wanderer? Stay thy course a moment to indulge an old man.
Colorblind
Elminster.
Gandalf?
The very same, Gale. And a fair bit miffed he is, too, finding himself forced to expose his best pair of boots to so many miles of country road on your behalf.
Not every day one meets the hero of countless ballads in the flesh. Why does this light seem so bright today? I think some proper introductions are in order. Many miles you say, where do you hail from? Hit the country road, old man. I'm not interested in the junk you sell or the junk you tell. So unreasonable. Alright. Here, we'll bard him up.
I know a minstrel by trade when I see one. Tell me, what ballad, bold enough to lift me onto the pedestal of acclaim, enjoys your musical predilection?
Alright, I feel like I'm blinding myself right now. Where is, Oh no. I feel like the lowest possible light setting. Why is this so bright this morning? Don't know. It can't be normal, can it? Alright. No minstrel trade. What are we doing with it? Tell me what ballad bold enough to lift me onto a pedestal to acclaim enjoys your musical predilection. The day the dragon woke in flame. 10 leagues into the Underdark, the wizard bore the lance of Kryn. Across the peaks of Icewind Dale strode fast the sage of Shadowdale. So we know of him from 3 different books, apparently. The peaks of Icewind Dale.
Is that so? The lyrics are by Volo. You know, whose name alone is sufficient enough criterion to arbitrate its acclaim to truth. 2 weeks I had to endure a frozen beard and wicked frostbites, yet he makes it sound like a dalliance through the dales.
Yes, yes, yes. Be that as it may, you said you came all this way on my behalf, did you not? For what purpose?
I was bid to spare neither time nor my own self to find you. She sent me, Gale.
I like his hat.
You know.
I don't know why it wants to be blue underneath.
But why?
It's a fancy looking hat.
Out with it, Elminster. Please.
Young man, has your sojourn away from Waterdeep washed away your decorum as well as your patience? Nigh a 10-day I've gone without honest fare, worthy of the name. Drank naught, but what the sky entitled my thirst. Why, some bread, cheese, and a cup of wine would appear unto me a feast. Surely you would begrudge me a mite of rest and repast before I get out with it?
Yes, Gale, where's your decorum? Totally fucking laying it into Gale. I suppose we could part with a few of our rations. I'm not in the habit of taking in vagabonds. Are we teasing Gale, or is Gale going to be too sensitive about it? I think we tease Gale.
Oh, for the love of...
This way then? To your camp. Oh, don't dawdle now, lad. You're the one who's in such a frightful hurry.
Oh, nigh on 13 centuries old and he still thinks with his stomach. We'd best follow and see if he's more disposed to speak plainly once it's stopped its grumbling.
Very well. Okay.
A wise choice. Better to indulge your curiosity than Elminster's appetite.
It's a loud transition.
Yes, what a delightful wedge of old Arthurian that was. Doesn't do to parley on an empty stomach, you know. Makes one's words frivolous when they should be grave. Plenty to digest, after all. A good deal to stew over, if you will. Words ladled with import should be savored so as to better absorb their meaning. Wouldn't you agree?
Elminster!
Right. You see, that is to say, Gale, my boy, I've come to address a most pressing matter. I'll speak as plainly as I can, forswearing the accustomed frills that decorate my speech. I'm here on behalf of Mystra. The message and the charge I bring you are hers.
You're sent here as an actual divine messenger. I'm surprised she sent you in the first place after Gale's debacle. What message and what charge would that be? Speak fast. What message and what charge would that be?
The long-awaited question. Now, if you please, Elminster, for the too long-awaited answer.
You know where you went wrong, Gale. No, we needn't dwell on that here and now. But even so, you're to be given a chance of redemption.
Mystra would consider forgiveness.
She would consider what she considers to be forgiveness. Mystra is aware of the misadventures that have befallen you both. She knows of your strife with the Absolute, that most insidious of evils.
Why is there a pouch on the end of his hat? Can we steal it? God itself is aware. I wouldn't say no to some divine intervention. If even the gods know, why are we facing these threats alone? You wouldn't happen to know of a cure, would you? Some all-powerful parasite withering spell, perhaps?
Alas, the creature that afflicts you, the ill-begotten magic that it weaves, is inextricably conjoined with both the greater purpose and the greater master that it serves. You must know that the Absolute is more dangerous than you can possibly conceive. It threatens all who live, even those who are undying. It threatens the gods, the weave.
Is anyone else thinking, like, this is what we tell someone if we were about to fucking ask for some big favor?
That is why I have come here to charge you, Gale, with its destruction. It is Mystra's belief that only you can.
God, we had so much smoke just blowing up our ass there. Alright. Gale alone, how so? Mistaken, I'll be the Absolute destroyers. Hogwash, idle beliefs, and false hopes. Gale alone, how so?
The orb.
Precisely. Mystra has granted me the power to stop the clock, as it were, on the orb's rush to overpower you. Instead, you will be able to unleash its lethal combustion at will.
Interesting. This could be help or hindrance.
I don't like that the dream visitor is able to talk to us
You'll have to
outside of
see.
dreams now.
You must find the heart of the Absolute, whatever that may be, and use yourself as the catalyst that will burn it from this world.
So his ex-lover has sent the oldest, most annoying wizard in the realm to tell him he needs to suicide himself and kill this heart in the process of doing so. Yeah, I'd be sure to take that under advisement. Good talk, wizard. You're asking him to kill himself. Say what you will, but you can't force Gale to go through with this. We'll be rid of the Absolute and Gale in one fell swoop. Win-win. True. All right, can you trade? Say what you will, but you can't force Gale to go through with this. That's monstrous. You're asking me. Say what you will, but you can't force Gale to go through with this.
No, indeed. But I think she trusts me too.
It brings me no pleasure saying this, my friend, but such is Mystra's will. Yours must be the sacrifice that will undo the Absolute, and for your sacrifice you will be redeemed. Such is Mystra's promise. With that, I've said my sorry piece, and need only bestow unto thee the charm I was bid.
I don't trust this old fraud. Counter spell. Level 4 counter spell. Bam! Let's go.
Thras Annas. It is done. Both charge and charm have been committed into your care. To you, I commit into care Gale himself. I count on you to shepherd him well on this strangest of journeys.
Can you look away for a minute? I need access to your pockets. On my honor, it shall be done. Why? I've never met this guy. Why would I? Oh, dude, sometimes the writing in this game is so good and it makes so much sense, and sometimes it's absolute fucking dog shit. Like, do I know about this guy? I mean, I guess the early part of this was we know him in the tales, but why would we trust him? Like, our whole character is based around lying to everybody and not trusting anyone. Why would this be even? Oh, okay. I'm not a keeper, and I do not accept your charge. There's still a long journey ahead. We'll find another way. On my honor, it shall be done. None of these make sense as options. We should be hedging here. We should be like, your task is noble and blah, blah, blah. We will attempt at our best to do something related to your task. Not like, I promise to do it, or we'll find another way. Where's the bard magic? I fucking hate their railroading when it comes to storyline. We met Jesus scene, then why aren't we pickpocketing him? Like, we would absolutely attempt to steal from him.
Or some other fortune altogether.
Like moons make swell and wane the nescient seas, so too the skies-struven gods ordain the tidal fates of mortal days. And yet, an ocean born
Holy
in
shit, he's
lonely
long-winded.
hours. Come ebb, come flow, come all that is beyond the breadth of our dominion. Be a moon unto yourself. Even the waves of fate can break upon the shores of will.
God, is he senile?
Farewell, my friend.
Farewell, Elminster. I'm glad she chose you.
Alright. Stabilize his netherine weave orb.
The air is ripe with magic.
We'd have to. It would be... You would have to at least attempt to steal from him. Wait, why is Gale at the top of my character list now? No. Alright, we're gonna have a quick chat with Gale.
I've got a long road ahead.
Alright, Gale, don't explode near me, okay?
An audience with Elminster is never less than memorable. I'd have hoped to introduce you to him in less dire circumstances. But those are hard to come by these days.
I always imagined him to be more imposing. An old man with a craving for cheese, hardly the great wizard of legend. He didn't seem like much of a friend, showing up and demanding you kill yourself.
Not a demand he wanted to make of me. As mistress chosen, he had no choice but to deliver her message. However much it pained him to do so. For Mistra to have sent him, the severity of her bidding could not be clearer, or weigh more heavily on me. Time seems so infinite when you're young. A month is an age. A year is a lifetime. It is a strange feeling to realize how little of it one might have left.
You're seriously considering doing it, what he said?
Of course. We offer the clearest solution to our problem. All I have to do is find the right place and time, close my eyes,
It's
and
pretty
let go.
defeatist.
Then the slate will be clean. Wrongs will be righted. The absolute will be gone. Die along.
Have returned.
Hey, Tim. Welcome
Spent
back.
a week in Italy, so I'm super behind, but can't wait to ghost and catch up on VODs.
The other thing, Tim, is we're uploading the run to the VOD channel. So it's not entirely up to date on the VOD channel, but I think the first 7 or 8 play sessions are up there. So depending on how much you missed, there might be a ton of it on the VOD channel too if you want to watch there. Anyway, welcome back. Hope you had a good trip. I don't understand. Can't Mystera just destroy the Absolute or Elminster himself? So that's that. You're on a suicide mission now. There's surely another way. What about me? Am I safe around you? Whatever you need to do, I'll be there to help. Can't she just destroy it?
I've no doubt she has the power to do so, but as for the permission, Ao would not look kindly on her meddling in mortal affairs. Divine intervention has a tendency to make things worse, not better. As for Elminster,
Oh, nice Aussie,
he
thanks.
saved the realms more times than legend can recount. But to take on a god is no easy feat, even for him. My orb is the best chance we have. And only I can wield it.
Hold on. So the justification for this guy needing to kill himself is the one person doesn't have permission to do it, and the other guy might find it slightly challenging? And no one else is just like, this seems like some shit justification?
Possibly the most spectacular one ever conceived. But essentially, yes. I'm living on borrowed time. In more ways than one.
Yes, this
Perhaps.
dialogue is dragging on.
Perhaps this is how it must be. That remains ahead of us for now. The heart of the Absolute must be discovered before I can stop its beating.
I'll make sure we find it, Gale. You're not blowing yourself up. I won't let you. I'll make sure I find it. We find it.
Then I suppose there is nothing more to be done but find the heart of the Absolute. And stop its beating.
Okay, okay. Alright, I want to read this class feature, unrelated to the storyline revelations. I mean, obviously we're going to try to prevent Gale from killing himself, mostly because he's a wizard in our team and we spent a lot of resources on him. And it seems like a really stupid solution. But what I want to look at is this ability. What is generating? It must be a level, I think, 6 class feature, because I don't remember doing this before, that is generating these extra prophecy ways to get back our dice. But what is it? Where's the actual tooltip for this skill? You have an additional portent die. When taking a short rest, you regain any spent portent die. I mean, that's nice. That means we've got 3. I don't actually think we do have 3, though. I think we have... Well, at the moment, are we short of rest? After each long rest, you gain 2 random dice. During the day, you can use your reaction to change the die. Yeah. So we should be at 3, and every short rest get 3 back. So where is... I want to know where these extra dice are coming from. These extra things we can do. I mean, it's some like unlisted subclass feature of the Divination Wizard. It's actually really cool. It's a neat idea. But I just want to, like, how many of these do I get? What prompts them? My dice are already coming back on short rest, right? I don't know if we can do radiant damage, by the way, as a wizard. Pretty tricky. But I have learned a lot about their combat system over the last 7 levels. And I don't actually like wizards for their damage right now.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have. Always room for more?
Alright, so how are our resources as a whole? They're actually just fine, right?
For you.
If we arcane recovery in particular, we're really good, so we should do that. Where is my arcane recovery feature? Here. Alright, get a level 3 back. We have 4 charges. We get a level 3 and a level 1. That sounds pretty good. Sork's a better caster. I think you're right, but I don't think you're right for the reasons that I think you're going to suggest. So I just don't think damage spells scale very well in this game compared to the marshals. The marshals are so strong for like a variety of reasons. I'm going to make a video about this at some point talking about the changes, but like a little short summary of some of the stuff. I think the addition of weapon powers and the addition of a shit ton of magic weapons, all with kind of unique abilities on them, and a shit ton of extra armor has really made auto attacks better. And then, additionally, I think the auto attacks themselves, the way the attack action has been split up is much better too, right? Haste giving double attacks and not +1 attack like Haste does in the core game, but actually double attacks is really, really, really strong. So it feels like damage off casters just doesn't scale as well. And they nerfed caster CC as well, which is all the crowd control effects are like 3 turns or 2 turns instead of 10 turns. And what that is leaving me with the taste of is my nukes on my casters feel weak. My crowd control effects on my casters feel weak. So what am I doing with my casters? I'm buffing people because the buffs are super strong. Those aren't nerfed, and haste is insane. And I am running a bunch of utility skills, like to solve the various puzzles and problems and character interactions that I'm finding in the game. So I am liking the wizard. The jump spell is super useful. The feather fall is super useful. Light has been good early. Magic missile is always a good spell. Occasionally the flexibility of the various elements are good, but I'm not liking, and haste is probably the best thing I can cast. So I'm kind of wondering if what I really should be doing is just running a sorcerer with twinned haste and just calling it a day for like what I'm doing on my casters in combat, because the rest of the combat hasn't been that impressive. Although I do appreciate the scroll learning off the wizard as well. So I don't know. It's things to think about for another playthrough if we ever get to do another playthrough. I would enjoy I'd enjoy a kind of an optimized party in the system that they built. This is a very homebrewed system with a ton of homebrewed implications by the system. And I think something like a double or even triple martial team with like a buff bot caster is going to be super strong. But we'll see. Maybe the caster implementation comes up. But right now, being able to clone a buff spell seems insane. Anyway, where are we going? We are going back to where we were. This was it for Gale. There was no more updates from Gale killing himself. It's just a couple minutes of chit chat. Let's just check one more.
On my mind.
I do enjoy our conversations. What do you need?
Is she always such a demanding goddess? How are you feeling? Can't be easy facing the possibility of death. And okay.
She expects those who seek to use the weave to do so honestly, and with respect for its potential to... I doubt she's asked many of her followers to blow themselves up. That's a fate. She wouldn't ask such a thing if it weren't our only means of survival. However much she's annoyed at me.
Okay. Could you go Wizard 1, Sorcerer 11 and learn all the spells? I don't know. Maybe. I like the Wizard features. It's just I think Metamagic is gonna... Cloning spells off Metamagic seems really, really strong. Power curves tend to favor casters at higher level while marshals are stronger early on. In what? Basic D&D 5e or in this game? Because I have not found that to be true. I mean, we're level 7. We're not early on anymore. We're not super late either. But we aren't early on. So if you mean in this game, I have not found that to be true. If you mean in D&D 5e in general, sure. But my whole point is this is not regular D&D 5e. Yeah, but... The whole point of the thing I was just speaking of was the differences their homebrew are introducing to the game. You've seen some sick wizard builds that cast 4 fireballs in a turn. It's funny, like I don't think that's a sick wizard build. Like I don't feel like I don't know. I guess it just depends on how you're willing to use long rests. If you're willing to long rest after every fight, then something like that is very strong, right? But the limitation is resources, right? The martial resources for swinging their attack action is nothing. It costs 0 resources. You just do that every turn. So if you're willing to dump all your spell slots into a single round of combat, sure. You're going to get some results from that. Although Fireball is heavily nerfed in this game, both from its area of effect being way worse and the basically every enemy having fucking fire resist so far.
Wonder if the gods are watching.
Any enemy of note.
Always room for more.
They just give these things out now. Broken moon lanterns. Like, was this the thing we needed? Like, they're like, you cannot enter this area without a broken moon lantern. We walk in, there's just one sitting there. Yeah, and I mean, and when you're doing something like casting 4 fireballs in a single round and then long resting after every encounter, what you actually feel like you're doing to me is just you're exploiting the... Not that you can't do this. It's just a single-player game. You can do what the hell you want in your single-player game. But what it feels like you're doing is you're exploiting the open-endedness of how they give you rests. If you guys notice how I play, I try to spend all of my resources before I rest or pretty damn close, because it feels... It's always felt... I've never found a good game where this has happened, right? Like, outside of pen and paper, right? I've never found a good PC game that gets the forcing of rest versus giving players rest done well. because it's just so hard, right? Like you're trying to cater to all the different players of different play styles and different abilities, right? So if you remove the ability to rest for people, some people won't be able to get past an area, kind of deal. The Yellow Book contains a series of architectural plans. One shows an elevator leading from the wilds outside of town called Rythwin to the Underdark. Okay. Some quests are time-gated. I've only encountered one time-gated quest that I'm aware of. It is possible there were more. Why did it unsummon Scratch, by the way? Ugh, so annoying. And now I have to wait like a full long rest before I can get him back. It's a ritual spell, too. Short rest, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's fun. Maybe I don't know. Are there what are the other time gated quests besides the spoiler here, chat? Close your ears if you're worried about a small spoiler from Act 1. Outside of the absolute guy, which was a rest gated thing, are there others? I would love to see a more restricted food, so that your long rests were more restricted. It's you in Act 2. The Druid ritual. Okay. Alright, well, maybe it gets better then. But, and I suppose there's nothing that stops you from doing that, except that it feels really, it's just like, I don't know. It feels really gamey to me for some reason. And it's not like I don't game other systems. Like, I like gaming and min-maxing are very, very similar, right? They're taking advantage of the system being given to you. You're just trying to optimize your play inside the system of rules that are defined for you, right? That's fun to me. But there is something about the rest system that I don't like gaming for some reason. I'm not sure if I could put it in words yet. I've been given the crucial task to clear the entrance to Grimforge for future expeditions. True Soul Near will follow once the entrance is cleared. As I make my way to the entrance, I can't help but feel excitement. What might we find here that Ketheric created so long ago, now sealed by the curse? Grimforge could hold untold treasures for the Absolute's uses. I'll continue to explore and document these findings. The entrance is currently blocked by vines and rubble. Quite cursed. Explosives ought to do the job, though I'm not as experienced in such matters as I wish to be. I set up the explosives with care, though I'm almost afraid to detonate them. There's no telling what power these cursed vines hold, what might lie beyond, or whether I'm even set things up correctly. Absolute, protect me. And then two very powerful scrolls here. That's a scroll of Hold Monster and a scroll of Cloud Kill. Yeah, I found the communication of the gated quest struggle. I wanted like a separate, it's another thing I was planning to talk about at some point, but I'll talk about it here again. I really would like a subsection of these to be like timed quests. And then you could see it, right? So it would like highlight them in a way that would put them separate. Like, so you could have it like time quest up here, and then it would have like days and brackets remaining. Would be super nice. So you could kind of just see what's going on with your stuff, and then maybe you could enjoy the long rest system a little bit more. Because right now it feels every time I long rest, I feel like I'm exploiting the game, which means I under long rest, which means I end up with all these fights with low resources. I don't know. Maybe anyone got a better way that I can engage with this system in terms of mentally? because I would like to be able to use long rest resources, but I always feel super motivated not to. What are we doing? Oh, I wanted to take a look at those scrolls we just found. Are they?
Is it not a cat burglar?
We read. Oh, we're 2 level. These are level 5s, I guess. Ah, okay. Hold on to those for now then. You're actually somewhat incentivized to do long rest to advance some of the companion quests and discussions. Again, I wish they told me that, because I encountered that, right, where we didn't long rest for a long period of time, and then we long rested, like 15 different things triggered in that night. It was like the most eventful night in all of my characters' histories. I didn't read what that door is called. I agree, thematically it makes sense to move forward, but where's your sweet spot of trying to figure that out, as per always, right?
Do you feel it? The chill on your skin, in your lungs. This darkness is diseased.
I've never seen darkness like this before. It's unsettling.
Moonrise Towers lies ahead. We must venture on, however bleak the path.
Alright. Are we running dark vision right now? And who the hell can see? I always forget who's got dark vision and who doesn't. So let's just take a quick look here. So human are not going to be able to see in the dark without some benefit, without some work for that. I think our ring gives us dark sight on filthy. It's called Sunwalker's Gift. I think tieflings have dark vision. They do. And I do not know about Gith. They seem like a super OP race, so they probably do, but they might not. Looks like they don't. So we have 2 people who cannot see in the dark right now, if I understand correctly. Everyone is heavily obscured. Okay. So we need to throw out some dark visions here. I have it prepped on a bunch of people. The question is, who wants to spend the spell slots? Do I have it prepped on a bunch of people? I've got see invis, but not dark vision. I thought I had dark vision on our halfling. I do not. It's interesting.
Knees are starting to ache.
Wizard has it prepped, but we don't have a lot of... I have 3 level 2s. Could cycle something out to get that going. Can this be cast on others? It can. And I'm sure we've got a million. We do have the mace. It's currently on Lae'zel. So we can turn the mace on. That's a good point. We have light spells. I just don't actually want to be pushing out light right now. I think the mace is currently off. But that will be good. So if we hit Gale with dark vision or use light, we're good here. Let's use a scroll of dark vision. I think we have approximately 7 million of them. So let's cast this on Gale.
You've got the wrong man for this.
Okay.
I can be subtle sometimes.
Why do I have the light off? Because I don't like, in general, generating a light source. You auto-fail stealth rolls if you are in bright light. And if he throws a bright light around my, or she throws a bright light around my team, I'm going to fail a bunch of stealth rolls, or rather be popped out of hiding. So, I don't want to walk around with a giant light source.
Time to press ahead.
Seems like a terrible way to get fucking ambushed, etc.
No night. It's as though time itself has abandoned this place. Similar to the astral plane in some ways. Wouldn't you say, Lae'zel?
What's going around here? We should look for...
The astral plane is threaded with light and silver, life-giving and wondrous in all directions.
Cool looking area though, isn't it? Could we have jumped up here? I already missed something? I may have. Alright, hold on.
Don't mind me. Don't waste a step.
Alright. Isn't light a cantrip? Yeah, but the same problem with light cantrip, right? It's fine for exploring. It's not so fine when we're like on a path in the dark in an area where presumably there's going to be creatures native to this area that are going to be pretty happy about you wandering around with a giant fucking light source highlighting you as a victim, a potential victim of ambush. So I just don't think you'd want that. What was that? Wooden barrel.
Energy's draining.
Shadow Curse is a powerful threat that lurks and devours in the darkness. Surround yourself with light to avoid its most lethal effects. Forget everything I just said. Okay.
Barely think straight. This place saps the very thoughts from your mind.
Without a light source, you take necrotic damage every turn. Damage doubles each turn you're affected by Shadow Curse. Okay. Well, I guess we're now very incentivized to... So I guess, I mean, this is mechanically do this or get in trouble. So I guess we'll do it, but...
Can't see a thing from down here.
Who are we casting this on? Ourselves. Does that get rid of it? It did. And I guess we're going to turn this on for Lae'zel as well.
A purpose.
Nice and quiet now.
Okay. I don't need torches, right? Wait, why are you still affected?
Lost in
Get your ass over there.
Let's not get caught off guard. What now? These boots have seen everything.
Vitriol of Oleander. All right. Okay. Can I climb this tree? I'm almost certain I cannot. God, it's just such a pretty area again, isn't it? Hey, are we exploring? Absolutely. I sold all my rugs, or my ropes, excuse me. Don't know where a rug came from. Sold all my ropes because so far I think it's just a I don't think it's a real item, right? It's just it's a junk item that doesn't actually have uses, which seems like a total miss to me. There should be so many interactions with rope in here, and not particularly this zone, but in general.
Oh, something good here, I hope.
I would also like my scratch would be nice to have open here, but oh well. Alright, what's going on here? Are we looting or what? We always loot salami.
Can't slow down.
Why do we need rope when your characters can jump miles? Because presumably they could jump even further if they had some rope. Or climb or do other things. It just feels like it would be a perfect interaction here. Dead Druid's Journal. I wonder if there's a... No speak with dead opportunity here. Alright, let's read the journal. 50 years ago, the druid was trying to learn about the shadow curse. Made good progress through the mountain. Seeing the curse for the first time filled me with awe and fear. No writing could have prepared me. As grave as Halson's warnings were, they still lacked compared to the reality. A dreadful night. The campfire needed thrice the wood that it would normally keep burning. Terrible sounds came to my ears beyond the firelight. Rest has not restored me. If anything, it felt weaker, but I must preserve. I must trust in Sylvanas. I must venture deeper. Creatures from the darkness, foul things. One grazed me, only my torch saved me. Deep darkness, flames are instantly doused. The wound stings. Flesh is turning black with corruption. The shadows are growing stronger. They are spreading. I need to return to light. The wood will not burn. I can barely see the page. I am surrounded.
Something to do with the shadow curse? I truly hope this blight isn't spreading.
So confused. Didn't we just fail a roll? Why are we inspired by failing a roll? Find and read the Dead Druid's Journal. Sage seems like a pretty nice background for inspiration. Seems like you get it everywhere. Or maybe I just play like, I like finding knowledge about the game, so maybe it triggers the Sage more that way. Who knows? Can we do anything over here? It's a long way down. You are a Halcyon? I believe so, yeah. Alright, some weird creaking noises in these nesty looking trees. It's a very, it's a cool looking area, isn't it? Like from a graphics design, it looks very nice. Can I get up there?
Come on, let's go.
The verticality is a scam though. There's actually no verticality here.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Alright, let's move on, I guess.
One day I'll catch a break.
There's literally nothing here besides this, apparently. I mean, we have the lantern. Hey, team. I mean, we're running as a group. Why are we not actually moving as a group? I don't want to be popped into...
the magic touch.
What did I just do here? How did I get all those scrolls up? I know I never do that again.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Have to keep going. That light. It's protecting me from the curse.
Can I have multiple lights up? How does it work? I think it's just one.
Have my attention.
One target at a time.
No time to rest.
At least that's not annoying, right?
We're a long way from Waterdeep.
I guess I could lead with somebody else, but I really would like my... Alright.
I applaud your taste.
Sol Invictus.
I do have daylight, but daylight's a much more costly resource than light cantrip, right? I could equip a torch. I don't know if I have any torches because they're so useless otherwise.
Shadows will take whatever's living.
The green is not animate dead, right? Can't target undead. Shadow cursed undead. Those who die in the shadows are cursed to remain there forever. Poor old zombie pig. He was just living his best life.
Can't give up now.
Okay. Yeah, I could have picked up the torch, I suppose. But man, for a group of 3 full casters, it feels like light should be something we're capable of. What is that? A harper. We had interaction with the harpers earlier. I don't remember from what, though. Maybe we could go have a word with him, I suppose. Harper Stash and Grimforge. Yeah, but there was something else too.
Stay together. Keep to the light.
Graphics are definitely back the other side of the Uncanny Valley.
Stop!
They're realistic. Well, we're not sneaking. We literally approach them. I find the best introductions are made when sitting around a fire, perhaps with drinks. A nightmare in the dark. My name is Filthy. Who are you? Lower your weapon first. What do the bard?
You're a chatty shadow. I'll give you that. Come out into the light. Hands high.
Perception succeeded on what, I wonder? Like, all these people are, like, super realistic looking. It's actually really nice. Like, they look like people, right? Bye! Jonas, we just met you.
I'm here! Where are you?
Jonas? Can you see our torches?
I can't see anything! Something's wrong.
Yes, you're being baited.
Follow my voice. Come back to the light.
Who's there? Meg? Is that?
I love how, like, low-key, like, not at all concerned they were for him. Like, oh, he's been dragged by a tentacle into the darkness. Let's have a conversation with him. I guess it happened quickly, maybe. Hi, Jonas. Oh, that's cool looking.
Bonus.
Move. I'll take care of this. Get ready to fight. Run. I think we should. we would never be like, we'll take care of this. We would always be like, yeah, come help us with that.
Harpers! To arms!
Necrotic claws. Oh, we let this and it blinded him. They're gonna be light sensitive. We're pretty far back on the other characters. Okay, chat. I'm excited by our first fight in Act 2, but I need a cup of coffee, so I'm gonna go grab that, and then we'll get going. Back in a minute. What do we have? We've got level 5 shadows. Standard Larian. Alright. Let's see. They're resistant to non-magical slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning. They are double resistant to acid and thunder, immune to necrotic, double resistant to fire, lightning, and cold, immune poison, and vulnerable to radiant. Can become invisible. Affected entity is incorporeal and can't be shoved, thrown, or used as an improvised weapon. Disadvantage if they're in sunlight. It's interestingly specific. The guy blinded himself by the other light, but that is not sunlight. Maybe that was... Perhaps that was the holy light from wherever it was. Can I quick save and press the Gale button? I don't see this Gale button you guys are talking about. I will quick save. I know you're talking like his suicide button, but I don't know where it is. I didn't actually see it on any of his. Maybe it's under common reactions or. There it is. Cantrip Netherese Orb Blast. Okay. No, I will not be randomly suiciding my wizard. But thank you for asking. No. Alright, so we could just light this up. Seems real strong. How can I do radiant damage on a wizard, by the way? Do we have like a guiding light or a thing? I don't think I actually have any. I don't think I have any way to do radiant. Glyph could do radiant? That's a good question. Can it? Generally it's elements, right? Yeah. Mm-mm. No, I don't think I can. I have daylight. Daylight's on my cleric. We could daylight. It doesn't do damage though, right? It's just gonna give them disadvantage on all their shit. Who cares? Alright. I think Sunbeam's on CD, I think. Alright, so let's get over. Let's be smart here. Let's go over here.
Striking distance.
Oh, there's the cantrip. Let's get that off our bar so we don't accidentally click that and explode. No. 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 I want to conjure this elemental so badly. Will we wait? Okay. He just sprays shots everywhere for no reason. Okay. I would like to save these Harpers. I want to know what storyline interactions there are for this. I believe we have a Radiant Hammer that we could switch to if we wanted to. Are we raging? We have currently... we're on our last rage, I guess. Already. That's radiant damage. It's a bonus action. It is. Kind of awkward the turn order. Bard's up too.
It comes easy these days.
So who was their leader? Is it Lysandra? I think it is, right? Megan, Caro. Yeah. Thrall Shield's actually pretty solid here, by the way. Short rest back too. They go next too. It's not even bad. The problem would be the barb getting in range. I have no idea what the radius is though. Wait, what is this shit? Why is there a shadow on me? Is he actually invisible?
Let's get that patched up.
Actually, don't want to pull that unit right now. Alright, let's go this way.
To keep going.
And we'll bring you over. Rage could be good. I really don't want to rage. Can I use Branding Smite as a melee? Or as a range weapon, rather? Ranged attack? It says melee on it, so I assume not. Wait, why would I prone myself jumping to there? Could go after this one. Of course, no shadow ever again attacks her. Scam's so hard right now on this shield, as every time I've used this shield, it's been a scam. Not happy about drained. This is a short-term effect. It is. Okay. All right. So we got Holy Light going on over here. Could actually just dump a Daylight. Chant an item to shine like the sun. Oh, it is a long rest non-concentration spell. What the fuck? It's got a 6... Wait, is the cast range 60 foot? What's the range on the light? Who knows? That's a different... So this is daylight. It's a disadvantage. I don't want to get too close to that, and I don't know what the explosion radius is. Anything actually wounded over here? No. Just the one that what's-her-face was on. Okay. Getting so scammed by that spell. It's 31 health. We do 30 damage to it. Uh-huh. Should have stayed over there too.
The shot. Finish them off!
Misses, doesn't do 10 damage. Fucking scammer shadows. Alright, so this guy's at 1. We pop this guy out. Do I wish to spend spell resources here? Oh, that's evil. Evil Jonas. Does he not take turns in combat? Or is he just not in combat right now? Who knows?
Allow me to demonstrate.
Alright, we're supposed to be doing things. I mean, we could frostbolt this guy. He's resistant, but we probably still kill him. It's not quite as good as a magic missile, but it gets us our dice. Maybe it's fine.
Indeed.
Get near the holy light, I guess. A critter. Oh, do we make it not a crit? And we're not going to trigger the shield. What's her health at? She's at 43 plus 10. She's fine. Okay. Alright, so what happened? We get the stun on 3 shadows. Stun, stun, no stun. I know, finally an ability worked. Isn't that exciting? Alright, why does it say I can sneak attack this guy? There's no way I can, right? Yeah, okay.
Moving.
Care who? Stun giving me advantage? No, I have advantage from Reckless, but it's applying to my ranged attack? I'm not quite sure why I have advantage here. I think stunned. You know, marshals doing marshal things. All right, what do we have over here?
All that matters.
I'd really like her to stay alive. Can we do that? It's this guy we have to kill next then. Not stunned though.
Another day, another fight.
Ready for another round?
All right. Do we have any daylights up right now? No. Okay. Yeah. I see Jorbs is spamming the shit out of this game too. It makes total sense. Game is amazing. I could throw some more guiding bolts over. It'd be nice to keep this girl alive. I think. Disadvantage because we're in melee range here. Wait, doesn't this mace do like holy damage of any sort? No. Huh. Okay, I didn't realize that. Should have done that. I am going to go over here, though. We're going to eat an attack of opportunity to do this, I believe. Oh, they were blinded. Never mind. Makes sense. Okay. Alright. That one's the one we want to kill. So it doesn't kill what's-her-face. I don't know if Gale can solo kill that though. I would guess no. Radiant damage or help. Can't do radiant damage. What else were they not resistant to? Non-magical. Any of the physicals are fine if it's magical based. I don't think they were interacting with force at all. So we can't hit him with force. It'd be really nice to do radiant. I don't have any radiant scrolls. Don't I have like a potion of radiance somewhere? Like a sunlight bomb or something? Maybe I'm imagining that. I don't think it was called Radiant though, so I don't know what I'm searching for. I actually don't know what it is. That sounds right. Bathe an area in light. Doesn't say it doesn't do damage though. We already have plenty of light over there. There it is, holy water. That's what I was looking for maybe. All right, we throw this. Okay, we send this to Gale. Can I send it to Gale? Okay. Does it hurt my own people? Do we know? Probably.
Indubitably.
Immune to prone. Only did 10. Eh. Kind of whatever there, huh? Oh no, my it's fisting time? That's what he just yells? His name is Shovel and he yells it's fisting time. It's an oddly specific thing for this guy to be yelling all the time. Okay. Alright. What and who is Carla killing that guy for sure? With what though? Can I see my damage ranges on the attack page? Where am I trying to go? I'm trying to go here. I'm trying to look at this page. No, here. So the damage is there. No, that's the hit roll and there's the damage range. 4 to 11, 7 to 12. Is that with all my modifiers? Let's see. I think no, right? Total damage 1d8 plus 3. The Titan Spring Bow is 1d8. Dex is 2, and then it just has a random +1 listed. Isn't this supposed to use my strength modifier? The one is its damage. Is this scrolled down? This damage range is wrong, right? Since the Titan Bow does strength modifier as well. So damage range on this is actually another 4, right? So it's 8 to 15. So it's actually quite a bit better than my melee weapon. If I'm hitting well. Possibly. Should have braced. Oh, marshals. So strong. Okay.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
It's a real hands-on familiar. True. Can frighten a shade, who knew? was a good one. Alright, frightened Shadow. Are you just gonna stay still because you're frightened and you can't move? Yes, you are. But why is it hanging the game engine up? Who knows? Really still can't get in range, huh?
Interesting.
15 to save. It's fine. Yep. Wait, now I can move? Oh, I can move closer. I just couldn't get. I see.
Well done. Now we've got to move. I know a safe place. Give me your map.
Your map? I mean, it's a cool animation, and it's a nice way to add something to our stuff, but I don't know why thematically
Keep
we
your
have a
torch
map
high.
of this place.
If you step into the shadows, you'll be felled in a heartbeat.
Safe place, you mean some of the shadows can't penetrate. I'll follow in a moment. Thanks, I'm heading to Moonrise Towers. Safe place.
That's right. Protected by magic. Only spot in the region that's not been swallowed up by this damn curse. Light will save you here on the outskirts, but a few paces deeper you're screwed. If you want to catch your breath, the inn's the only place to do it. Hope to see you there. Harpers, move out!
Okay.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
What's going on, Gil?
Thrilling. To fight off such grim creatures as this region throws at us. Especially being at your side. I once read a book that explained in some detail the effect a brush with danger has on one's desire for other forms
We're not fucking Gil.
of stimulation.
Ever. And we're certainly not fucking right now.
Anything on that subject?
Read it? I could have written the thing. You're drawn to me even a place like this. I'm not much of a reader, but I've seen some very informative diagrams. Actually, there's a more interesting subject I want to discuss. Have you met our imp? I think you guys would get on well. Alright.
Of course. Such distractions are hardly the most important thing to discuss at present.
Alright. That was a very bizarre
No
interaction.
one stopped me yet.
Alright. Shadow vestiges. What are these things?
You sense a young woman gazing at Moonrise Towers in awe. Perhaps one day she will get to gaze out from atop it.
Oh, that's cool, thematically. So these are the trapped souls of people who have died in this area. Oh, that's cool. What do you mean use? How do I use it?
You sense a young woman gazing at Moonrise Towers in awe. Perhaps one day she will... You see a man stalking slowly through the woods, bow half drawn. If he bags a deer, the whole family will be kept fed all winter.
Must be late in the season.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Okay. Actually, I don't know. How much meat is there on a deer? Can't be that much, right? Alright, do we want to talk to the other shadow vestiges? It doesn't tell me which ones I've dealt with, which I haven't. What is a Harper blade, by the way? Let's have a look at that. Oh, it's just a shitty blade. Sure. Not that much for Americans. Ah, nice. Alright. Got him. I just can't imagine it feeding a family for an entire season. I just don't believe that. Okay.
Don't give me trouble now.
Alright, what else do we have? We don't know what's over here. She marked the inn, which is there, I guess. Reach the last light inn. So let's explore. As I said, it must be late in the season.
This grave is a mess. Probably an animal's doing.
Ellie May, my light, my hope, my joy.
Team.
Violence breeds madness. Poor prince, but leading where? Trap, treasure, or distraction?
Treasure, obviously. What do you mean leading where? Can I really go down here? Oh, I can. I actually might have missed that too. That's cool. Why only the one roll?
The dirt's been burrowed there. A rodent's nest, perhaps.
Death save +2. But not an interactable one. I can't like go in there. Anyone not have a ring on? This is a pretty useless item.
Salutations.
Well, well, well.
Nope. Okay.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
He who was Shatter Kai Gloomweaver, Burden of Time Aura. Madeline. Dead Harper. Quite a few dead Harpers, actually. See Invis scroll. Okay. Harper Journal. Running around trying to find the borders of the Blight. The ruins east of the last light proved to be highly dangerous with deep biting shadows. Another suspicious one is the house in the hillock a little further on. It seems dark and empty, but voices are coming from there. One of the others swears they heard a child's laughter and saw Githyanki warriors approaching the house from a distance. Surely his imagination must be getting the better of him. Alright, you want a quick chat with this guy? Don't think I played BG 1 or 3 or 2.
The corpse regards you, lifeless.
I generally struggle with single player RPGs. I struggle to find the motivation to play them. Like once I've figured out the system, I kind of get bored. This one has been really good, so. Alright, who are you in life? What happened to you? Where did you come from? What were you doing here? Where can I find these how can I fend off these cursed shadows?
Last light. Isabel.
Isabel. What's an Isabel? Nope. What happened to you?
The forest. No escape. The darkness turns all. Twists all.
don't think so, Saul. Haven't been asked if I am. But that's standard shiz behavior. I often don't get asked until like an hour before. Who are you in life? Where did you come from? What were you doing here? What were you doing here?
Scouting. Seeking.
Did you find the gap?
Caravan. To Moonroy's towers. Know how to keep the shadows at bay.
Who were you in life?
Dull light spark.
The spell's power waned.
I like thematically asking the dead who they were in life when you have the question to spare. All right, we're gonna go figure out what this house on the hill is about. Is that this, by the way? It's not a house. It's a campsite. Let's go figure what that is. Should we short rest? We have 1 short rest left and a song of rest. We're not that wounded though. Got 4 inspirations still. Yeah. I'm not actually convinced I'm getting all these divinations back on short rest. I have 2 right now. We're supposed to get 3 on a short rest. Let's check next time.
I believe this.
Okay. I want to play something like old BG2, play Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous was super, super unexciting. Because they can't get the difficulty right in the Pathfinder games. I wanted to like the first one so much, and I tried so many hours trying to make it good, and it was never good because the difficulty was never properly adjusted. And the rest of it wasn't fun enough.
Where lies your guilt?
The waning moon.
Hey, another necromancer. What's going on here? I've met few who can commune with the dead.
And I have met few who stand so tall and fearless in the face of the unknown. Be on your way, brave soul.
I have no interest in playing BG1 or BG2. It's going to be my first entry into the series.
Perhaps this one could assist us.
His bird tells him useful stuff.
Lie silent. The raven asks, will you be their voice?
Depends. Who murdered this woman? Speak plainly. What are you talking about? What is the raven? Why does the raven want? Why does the raven want to know? That's a bizarre question. Why does the raven want to know? Sure, let's ask that question. I don't know what that means, so I'm curious what he says.
He thinks you strong enough for the task at hand. This woman tended a bar where she took her patrons, her friends, into her confidence. Promised their secrets were safe with her. Yet she turned their words into knives and stabbed them in the back. They died because of her. And to this day, her victims lie unavenged.
She's dead. How much more can she pay? I doubt you're out here out of the goodness of your heart. It sounds like she must be punished thoroughly. I doubt you're out here out of the goodness of your heart.
I have no heart. I seek a record of this one's crimes, written in her own hand. Through it, I can summon her spirit and force her to face trial for her crimes.
Why would you do that?
My reasons are of no consequence. Your soul sparks with justice, with fortitude. This is your chance to bring a murderer to justice, to avenge her victims.
What the fuck is he offering us? The murdered lies silent. The raven asks, will you be their voice? He thinks we're strong enough to be the voice of the murdered. I seek a record of this one's crimes written in her own hand. Through it, I can summon her spirit and force her to face trial for her crimes. Your soul sparks with justice and with fortitude. Does it? Fucking Bard just like scamming everybody just from the get-go. This is your chance to bring a murderer to justice to avenge her victims. Will you take it? I have no idea what he's talking about. Sure, so long as I get paid.
The death of heroism is close, I see. Go to the distillery, the one she calls the Waning Moon. Find the ledger and bring it to me.
I mean, he's voiced like an evil dude. And he's definitely doing some sketchy business out here. He's just running around animating the dead to punish them. Alright, I want to kill his bird.
I bet that'll fit in my pack.
A sickle. Can't reach it.
Do not matter. We make our own.
All right, let's have a. I know, like his bird tells him good secrets. Our imp just whispers, fist them into our ear. All right.
The corpse does not stir. It will answer no more questions.
It's interesting because it was glowing like we could talk to it. Okay. That looks a lot like I could go back there. Can I go back there? Minimap says no. Okay.
We will leave soon enough.
Leave!
No, not until we've dealt with Madeline.
Alright. That guy is fucking nuts. For sure. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize the corpse's questions were shared between necromancers.
A couple turns should do it.
Something over there. I think Light is going to be our friend in fights around here after the shadow stuff. I just don't like it for terms of figuring out what's going on, where we're going. Or rather, what's out there spotting us.
Night and shadow have claimed this place. Turn back.
Child's diary. Okay. Can I get to that location? If I wanted to? Wait, you guys didn't come across even though you're both capable of making this leap? I hate you so much right now.
Let's get going.
Alright, let's go here, guys.
Best be on my way.
Hey, good looking.
I feel like this is definitely leapable. It's kind of weird that it's not.
Still alive, so that's progress. I need to find a way forward.
Sure, we're being baited to come over here, but why? Is there anything in here? Anything over here? This might be, I guess, world building for the horrors of this location. I don't see... It feels like I ought to be able to climb this because they're little small hops, but the interface doesn't actually let me do that. So I don't think I can actually climb that. Anyway. Okay. I guess there's nothing here. Good of you to join us this time, Karlik.
I'll take that.
This is a tree that's grabbed a wagon. Or a wagon that's grown up through the tree, not sure. We're gonna fight evil trees? That would be so fitting around here. There were some hints that there might be.
That might be worth it.
Key. That doesn't look that deep. And that's an area. I wonder how we get there. Wait, what did I just fail? Perception. Shadow ambushed. Shadow curse needle. That is a lot of dudes all going first. Only level 3s though. They rolled a 20, they need a 15 to hit. Have a 5. It's a different creature. This one's a level 6. 18 to roll the. Okay, have a 3. Okay. Oh, it's big damage on Karlak there. Fucking hell. They all go first here and they just hit me 6 times? That ain't great. Why did they get such good attacks? Where's the hit? They just rolled like gods. They don't even have good attack modifiers. They just do heavy damage and they rolled like gods. Okay. Alright. Well, we have a rage for this. This is Gale. How clumped up are they? Why can't I see the rest of them? Are they hidden again? Or just not noticing? They're just very difficult to pop out from the background. You know anything about them? For example, are they light sensitive? Very low intellect, very low charisma, medium low wisdom. Can't be surprised. No resistances except necrotic. Okay. We could cast our first level 4 spell and check out what a fire elemental does. Don't think we have a lot of AoEs equipped right now. Spell wise, I mean. A firewall, I suppose. What the fuck are they? They are a plant. Do you anything that hates on plants in particular? I don't think so. Health total is 28. What a worry we kill Filthy with the firewall here. We could probably get 3 with the firewall there. Not a very helpful location for a firewall either. I'm worried that the firewall is. I'm worried that the plant of the summon's too slow. I might need something now.
Put him up.
It's definitely rage time here. Weird to me when it just randomly highlights shit. Where is Lae'zel, by the way? Why does this not show me pulling off the tax opportunity? I'm not doing it. Summons roll their own initiative. So it can act this turn then if I summon?
Death is but a word away.
I kind of want to try it. I've yet to use the summon spell. It kind of be fun. I feel like it's not optimal here, but I could try it. I don't know how tanky fire elementals are either. Oh, it's not. I choose mud mephits. They breathe mud and explode. Dex save to restrain and explode in bludgeoning. Thanks. I did forget about that. They're pretty dexterous as well. Dex is their strongest stat. Summon an Azer from the plane of fire. Does bludgeoning and fire with its warhammer and can overheat. Or we can conjure ice element. Ice. Mephits, I don't know. They have hurl, exhale ice, and explode on death. So these things have explode on death, so it's actually kind of a shitty. Oops, I wanted to read what that did. Yeah, 68 piercing on death. I don't get a turn with him. It says it shares our turn order here, but it isn't letting me activate him. So maybe no turn this round. I'm not sure. Alright, there's our summon. We're pretty boned if we stay around here. Could run off this way. First time using that item, by the way.
Outflank, outsmart.
I didn't want to do that at all. I did not want to run through his attack of opportunity. I could have. So fucking annoying right now. Okay. They're pretty insanely accurate, right? They've hit us every attack right now. I was at disadvantage too. I didn't mean to run through it. I could have just pathed around it. I just, you know, this game with its combat pathing is awful. Right. We've got a. We've used our. We want to shove here, but we've already used. Used rage for damage reduction. I think we're just tanking, right? I've got pushing shot. That might be good enough there. If I use that, where does it go? Is that a space that someone can be on? Or is that a kill? I feel like that's not a space that somebody can be on. That's yeeting them into the void. That's this guy here. Oh. Okay. It's not great. Not great at all. Also, isn't Filthy supposed to have that thing when he gets down, he's not actually downed? Anyway. Coming to Lae'zel, which is pretty good for us. I think we want to just pull this out. Move over here. I can really throw still? Not really. Shouldn't have moved in. I should have shot that guy. The attack here is useless. Told you. Okay.
Battle of wits.
God damn, did they ever miss? The fuck is that? It's a plus. Maybe needles can't miss. Alright, like, again? Yeah, it's literally a +2 and they just hit every attack. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Alright. We need to start yeeting things into the void here or we're going to be in a lot of trouble. It's a decent spot there too. They were not vulnerable to anything, right? Mm-mm. It's a little sketchy because this exploding shit is actually super dangerous. Can they be punched? What do we have for action heals? Throw potion. I would like to get Filthy up, but if he gets up, he's not going to help us at all, right? Yeah, we could try like a CC of some sort over there. We have scrolls. I'm not sure what CCs she has in particular. Kind of looking like none on my bar right now. What's Gale working with? For big AoE CCs. A lot of single targets, sadly. Not a lot right now. Fear from item. I think it's single target though, right? Oh, it's Ray of Fear. Interesting. I haven't cast it yet. Do I know where it hits? I can't see a casting aura. Like, where's my targeting? No, it's a Ray. It's a single target, right? Yeah, we have Thunder Wave. I don't think we can push with this though, right? Like in the sense of not gonna have quite enough. That probably kills, I believe. We're only gonna get one with that, so we might be able to kill there with a push, and then kill there with a push would be pretty good. Means a no bonus action, so I can't take like a resist pod or something. There's still a lot coming our way. But it would be nice to get 2 out of the turn order before us. Not sure we're gonna get better out of this. Damaging over here is not actually that good. Lazel sleep, it could buy you time. I don't think it can. Sleep's HP based, and these things are 28 HP. It's not low, right? Actually, don't know how sleep in this game works. I don't have the spell. You can't get the description off of off the scroll. Doesn't really tell you. Okay, so we got. Did he save the push? Is that what just happened, or did we get scammed by the combat engine for where he went? No, he saved the push. Yep. No. Alright. This guy has push 2, does he? He doesn't. Are these his actual restricted unit? Like, why do I not have basic? Who knows?
Now this is my happy place.
Okay. What's my movement? 40.
Find a route.
Arcane Synergy is definitely broken. It just triggers every time I do anything. Can I full action shove or no? Looks like no. Is that a failed? So what is this? 1-to-1 saves to. Okay. Don't really care though. So probably we're looking at. Can we do any movement stuff here? Gale's up. These are really well clumped up. It'd be super nice to be able to do something there. I don't know what the radius on their explosion is. 2 tooltips deep doesn't tell me. We might be able to do 28 damage to that. Left side has blue and red arrows to check saves. What are you talking about? Oh, over here. Yeah, you can see it too, but I just don't know what the interface means. At 1 and 1, it means either. I'm thinking death on red and yeah. Alright, we're actually taking Shadow Curse damage too. So we need to go back into light. I mean, we're gonna kill Filthy with this, but we have a million scroll of animate or scroll of like life or reanimate dead or whatever it's called that brings him back. So I'm not worried about that necessarily. I think it's still a mistake to try to pick them up. There it is. Put creatures into a magical slumber. Select targets up to a combined 24 HP. So we can literally cast 0. Put 0 of them to sleep. We learned all the spells, but we don't currently have them equipped because all my big CC spells are on the Bard. Confuse them. Did we already learn Confusion on him? No. We have Hypnotic Pattern learned, but we're not using it. We have Slow learn, but we're not using it. We have Fireball learn, but we're not using it. Okay. Glyph of Warding Sleep Mode doesn't have an HP limit. I don't know. I don't think I've cast that yet. What does it do? A soothing magic that puts everyone within range to sleep when stepped on by an enemy. Dex save. That'd be strong. If I haven't used that, let's try it. Don't we have exactly 30 movement? Why is it telling me? Okay, let's try that. Let's quickly save that because I've never used this. I don't know how it works. And if we look at it, it still tells me nothing. Let's try. Sick. Alright. They all saved. Well. Alright. Gale. Karlach's still up, and our little tank. Our tank now has a mission. I assume this guy doesn't explode. He's the extra one who we want to kill. He is. We have light on fire. Okay.
Bye forever, pal.
It's interesting now because now there's an actual reason. We haven't attacked and we're not going to take damage, so we will lose rage if we don't do something here. We could just shoot it here. The other thing we could do is action revive Filthy, but I don't think we care, right? Why are they acting like they have attack of opportunity? It's just bad interface again. I think we might have angle to knock this guy off next turn. Although Lae'zel goes next, so maybe we don't want to fuck that angle up. You can't push prone units, though. It's a bit of an issue. Anyway, we go there.
No blue, all doom.
What you doing? Shadow Cursed Vines save failed. Okay. Alright, let's read what just happened there. Use Entangling Plants. Gale failed to save. Is it a concentration on Gale to upkeep this sleep? Or it's just 2 turns? Yeah, Glyph has been an incredible spell. Too dark. Oh, is it blocking light in there too? I can't shove this guy, right? Says I can. Not sure I'm gonna have a find the angle for it, sadly. Game. This isn't doing damage. It may not wake them. I have no idea if this wakes. I would assume no. Let's find out. I'm not actually sure you can shove this either. It's giving me 100%, but I'm not sure I believe it. It did remove sleeping. Okay. I thought the rule is you can't shove prone, but I guess I can move prone, but it will wake it. Okay. Yeah, it would be nice, Archer Nick. I mean, they do, to be fair. Shove is so much better in this game than it's ever been in any D&D game ever. But it is, it would be nice to have perfect control over it for sure. All right. So if we wake these people up, they're gonna get turns. I don't think that's necessary. Let's go ahead and action throw potion. Here. Okay. And bonus action, I think we're good. Not currently concentrating. Don't think it's good for this fight though. Alright. Why are our actions are grayed out because we just came back. We have light on us, right? Do you want to spend a bonus action here anywhere? Really not a lot we're interested in there. Okay. Have a scare. Okay, it's the full round here for our guys. Yeah, we'd like to utilize our trash removal kit. Doesn't look like that's going into the pit, does it? Game. I think we're getting scammed. I'm a bit concerned about this damage. We know this shove wakes him. We could try double shoving here. There's Gale.
The last board is set.
Like if I went to shove here, which isn't even on his bar because he's wizards. When does it work? Oops, not what I was looking for. You get a little bit of distance maybe. Trash collect there. Throw. I haven't tried throw yet. I think throw is too heavy. Oh, it's giving me 100%. If I wanted to throw. Doesn't seem great. Is our mage hand off cooldown too? It is. Like to kill this. Shadow Curse because we're not in light. Are we currently restrained? We are. Restrained and curse is not good. Is it concentrating on this? Doesn't look like it is. Why disadvantage? No light? Too dark.
Creator, destroyer.
Can this guy use my inventory items? Like, if I go to the light bomb, which is in Lae'zel's inventory somewhere. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Dwarves have dark vision. It's not a dwarf. I agree, light height for sure. All right. We need light over here because we're rooted over here, so we have to have a light source. I think everything else is sadly worse. We're just gonna take ramping damage off the Shadow Curse, and we're disadvantaged all of our attacks. So we're gonna borrow the inventory from send to Gale. Gale is gonna toss this. Can maybe Misty Step out of it, perhaps, but it won't help this guy either. Alright. I should give the Azer advanced or regular attacks again. Okay. Gale's rooted, so he can't move. We could blink out. Wait, click action. Wait, click heals has no cooldown? This is just an infinite number of times I can do this? Are you joking? I assumed it was once per X number of rests or something. Actually, it doesn't say it has a cooldown at all. Alright, we gained freedom of movement. Except it didn't give us freedom of movement. Click the heels of your boots to gain speed and freedom of movement. Your movement speed doubles and enemies at disadvantage. Actually doesn't give us freedom of movement. Even though it says that. It's annoying. I wouldn't have used it here. I might have teleported out. I might have just stayed here. Can I get out of this? I don't want to end the turn. Can I get out of this screen, please? Thanks. Okay.
Swords meet sorcery.
Alright, so it wasn't exactly what we wanted, but it's fine. Alright, we have jump but no push. This is fine. Okay, you can be done. Alright, so really the question then, you're done too. It's really what are we doing here? Pushing will wake him up. So we could hit him once, shove him, then shoot him. Do the same over here. A little worried that we accidentally kill him while he's prone. Especially if we sneak attack him. We're only level 1 rogue, so it's only 1d6. But if we look at this, it's 11 to 21. And it can crit, and we crit on a 19. If it crits, he explodes. I don't know if I'm allowed to decline a crit. I don't think I am. I get non-sneak attack him, and he may not die then is the issue. Alright, let's do that. We go hit. I don't want to do one of the ones that's a little further from the edge. Like one of these. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and hit him with a piercing strike. Crit him. We do not wish to sneak attack. That's what I was worried about doing. So there we go. Shove him. Then shoot him. I don't think I can sneak attack range him. Only a 60%er over there. Why so bad? Actually not sure. I think I might have disadvantage from being too close to a melee guy here. Could that possibly be right? No advantage, no disadvantage. I have no idea why this attack roll is so bad. Why is it so fucking bad? 12. Not happy about that news. Should have also chosen one who wasn't next in the turn order. Not sure if I did that or didn't. Alright, guess we're dice rolling. Okay. Yeah, chose the wrong order here. Alright, they are waking up. Can we throw? Can I get like right above it and push? Might be double push to get these out of the way. Could be nuke that guy too. We don't know how much range. 10 damage. 42, because we're at disadvantage with the guy next to us. We could do the lightning thing. What are we at? 1 level 1, 0 level 2, 1 level 3, 1 level 4. Thunderwave again, pretty tempting, huh? Oh, that is a much more exciting yeeting. Oh my god. Can we get one of those Karlach though? Yeah. Should have moved her further back, I guess. It's promising. Okay, they did not get blown where they said they were going to get blown at all. They both failed too. So whatever that was just tooltips just straight up lying to us. God, that's so frustrating in a fight like this where they explode where they land. The whole point is to push them around. That is infuriating. We might be able to push him into the ledge now. We're going to eat an attack of opportunity to do it. That seems pretty promising too. Try here. I don't know how far we shove. Not quite there, sadly. Meet the attack of opportunity. Could you stop lying to me, game, and just get me a fucking ledge kill? No. You won't either. Because that's apparently nowhere near. Oh, scam, 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 scam. Never not scammed. Yeah. Very unexciting. Okay. Alright, everybody's turn here.
Let's go.
Fucking game. The guy. Oh my god. What is this climbing move called again? Where when you're using it in like chimneys, when you're like fucking spread eagle, when you're pushing off either wall. I'm forgetting, but he's nailed it. He's fucking perfectly doing it. What am I looking for term-wise? Been too long. He's got a leg on either wall, and he's pushing off either side to stay out of this pit. What a gamer. What a gamer. Okay. Alright, who's got pushes left?
May the dice roll in my favor.
It's a term for that. I can't remember right now though. Can we throw a guy into him and knock him back? Yet disadvantage for some reason. Maybe because he's conscious.
Victory is assured.
What does shove action be here? It doesn't give me a percentage. Should be the same. 40% to shove. We have any spells that have any pushback remaining? What other spells push, chat, besides Thunder Wave or whatever it's called? Gust of Wind, right? I think is a strength save. I do have grenades. I've got pushing arrows too. That's a good call. Kind of forgot about those.
Nothing will stand in my way.
What are they called again? It's these ones. Roaring Thunder. Why would we push him that way? Why wouldn't we push him into his sure death? His sure death. Alright. Good work. I need to kill this guy too. 8 might be too much though. We'd like to get light on him. Could magic missile him down. We could magic missile this guy down. He's gonna get a turn, right? Maybe not. Definitely gonna get a turn.
Good move.
How could we possibly be in Shadow Curse? We're standing in what's clearly full light. Oh, that's full darkness. That's full light. We choose full light.
Sometimes the only way out is through. These boots have seen everything.
Unleash me.
Too dark. Didn't I just move him there so it wouldn't be too dark? Could level 2 magic missile, I guess. I have to do 4 on it though to kill it for sure. Ugh.
Still breathing, despite everything.
This guy have push. He's got hide, dash, disengage, invis, jump. Is he currently in light? He is.
He's coming for it, baby.
Alright. Why are we shadow cursed? We're not. I moved him to light and he's not in light. Okay, how do I undo a finish turn? Cancel end turn. Wait, what happened to my light source? It moved away? Oh no. Ugh. Okay.
Fuck yes.
Really have an attack left? Who knew? I can still throw too. Dude, that's insane. You throw as just half of your attack move too. It's not even your full attack. Am I really out of move entirely though? No, I'm not. I get any movement back if I do it now? I do. I get full movement back. Kind of fun as an ambush fight. Did a lot of damage that opening round. When they just downed a character outright and then almost killed a second character, it's pretty crazy. Nice start to the fight.
Make way.
Could follow us up with a 20%er. Doesn't seem great. Just bring some light over here, probably. It's my thunder arrow.
Deep and move.
All right, Karlak, it's go time.
Okay. I'm one. Alright, we may have lost some loot, but the explosion when we're all at like half health seemed really dangerous, so I'm glad we didn't fuck around with it. I'm gonna short rest here. We use a bard short rest.
My energy wanes. Time to rest.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Open locked. Lockpick.
Bet I can crack that open.
Soldier.
Let's move.
I'd really love to play a second run of this at some point. I'm not sure the viewership's going to support it. People seem to be burning out a little bit on the game, which makes sense. Everyone's been playing it nonstop, but I'd love a second run. Yeah, so lost some wood bark, but didn't die. Seems a reasonable trade-off. Okay. What else can we make here? Can make another Hearthlight bomb. That light was useful, and it seems like it's going to be specifically useful in this area. Let's craft one more of these. But let's do it from the right inventory.
Blackets will be done.
And then I think we're okay on the rest for now. Okay.
Never a dull moment.
Alright, so what else did we learn besides plants are evil?
If the gods are watching me.
Just known. There are little guys with us still. You lived through the rest. Wait, is this where we met Bird Dude? Or a different location? Okay. We gain on short rest, by the way. Cast an evocation spell will give us an. So we have 3 dice left, right?
Lovely day there.
No. Okay, so this
No.
this feature is just not doing what it says it does. It's just straight up lying, right? So the feature is somewhere. The feature is here. Expert divination. You have an additional dice. When taking a short rest, you regain any spent dice. Well, we spent all of our dice. We regained exactly 0 dice. What we did do on a short rest is it gave us 3 new mini quests. Not even 3, 2 new mini quests to get our dice back. I thought this was going to be an addition. It's kind of annoying, honestly. And the ones that you don't complete stay there. So we need to light somebody on fire.
All right. What now?
To do that.
On my way.
Which we'll do in a second. I know. Iron and tooltips are pretty rough. Their tooltips and their combat projections are all real bad. Okay. So what we're going to do for this, I think, is... The problem is, really, that it won't let me aid outside of combat. So I have to be... Well, maybe it lets me aid outside of combat. It won't let me just aid somebody. Like, I can't just aid them for no reason. So let's try this then. Let's try a... Throw some alchemical fire. Throw it over here. Let's have our fire-resistant girl walk into it. Okay, now she's on fire, took 0. And then
Got a long road ahead.
let's have Gale
Charmed, I'm sure.
go aid that fire. Help or aid? Help. Yeah.
Without delay.
Didn't do it. When you help an ally, you gain important die. But I think it's only in combat. Because I think I tried, not exactly that, but I tried to get these dice outside of combat. Didn't do it. Don't know. Okay. That feels like that ought to have worked. But, oh well. So I think that dice is just dead to us now. Because I don't know how the fuck I'm ever going to get help be useful again.
Never mind.
Wait, if you have to do the quest, then it gives it to you when you short rest? No, it gives it to you immediately upon completing the quest, the divination thing. But it doesn't give you any on short rest. So you get your 2 on long rest, which should be 3 according to the tooltip. It might be 3, but I think it's still 2. And then it gives you quests on every rest to get them back, I believe, is how it works. Which is nothing like the tooltip. Not even close to what the tooltip says. Wait, the Raven's dead now? Do we leave him alone for 1 second and everything's dead?
Bird's been corrupted by the shadows. Would be wise to leave it alone.
That's a mechanic.
I can't let you die.
This is a surprise round too. They're gonna get 2 rounds of this, and there's 25 birds here. That's different. Alright, I mean the bard dead from full on turn entries kinda sucks. They have 1 health each. We're definitely supposed to be AoEing these. Okay. Alright. We must have a scroll of burning hands. Are they immune to anything? We should look. Resistant to necrotic. Pack tactics. And they can blind. Are we blind on anybody? No. Alright. Where's my burning hands scroll? I must have one. Yeah. Do we care that we're nuking the bard? No? I don't think so. Who's that? It's Lae'zel. So Lae'zel, of course, has failed her initiative roll for the 9,000th time. Probably Thunderwave too, but let's Burning Hands. Should get all of them. I feel like pen and paper, I could definitely tell the DM that I wanted to Burning Hands in a cone arcing up, but not hitting the ground here, and that would be fine. But I don't think of the game. I don't think this game allows me to target in the Z dimension, right? I don't know how those were not targeted. Those were definitely, I thought, highlighted. I guess I have fucking tilt on, so I didn't notice which ones were highlighted. Get fucked. That sucks. Alright.
I'm heating up.
Perfect time to test help. I don't think it is, right? I can't help as a bonus. Help's a full action.
This is gonna feel good.
I don't think I have any AoEs capable on this unit. No like slashes or things, right? You love your evocation wizard. I don't think spell damage is very good in this game so far. I have bonus action, but bonus action only for myself. I can't throw as a bonus action, right? Right. Okay.
The lance board is set.
Alright. Gale, you good? Sure. Blind. Out of level 1s, out of level 2s, just 3s and 4s here. Could be action, heal the bard, I suppose. And wander over there. It's Azer's turn too. Is Azer blind right now? He is. We're getting out of combat shadow ticked is what that was, I believe. No good bonus actions here, sadly. Which unit is blind? Blinded.
I will ascend.
Why am I having to save versus misses? What do we need to do? Lightning damage. Oh, help does work on down characters. Oh, I didn't understand. Maybe that's what you're talking about. It says remove burning, ensnared, entangled, and webbed, prone, or sleeping, but also downed. That's why you wanted me to help. I see. I don't think I guess I could have used Karlach to use an AoE fire thing if I had actually targeted correctly and then used Gale to help. Maybe that's what I should have done. Because she can cast that spell when she's not raging.
Still on my feet.
Alright, we only get a bonus action this round, but still fine. Wow.
Smell blood. Cry about it.
Alright. A little nasty. We got another short rest available to us though, so we should use that. Did a lot of damage to Bardi. Nothing on the birds, huh?
With haste.
So we basically got baited by this raven, huh? We even passed the Arcana roll, but I'm not sure what we were supposed to do with it. Do it in turn-based, I guess, or something? I'm not sure. Alright.
That put the wind back in my sails.
Still breathing, despite everything.
I wonder if it was going to spawn the fight again. I guess not. Okay.
Let's move.
Okay. Two ambush fights. Makes sense this whole area is ambush fights, but Wish the shadows were slightly slightly more clear. So I think a couple of these we could have avoided had I if I understood that this was like super dark light kind of deal. We could have crept in. I guess is what I'm saying. Did we already go up there? We've already been up there, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm so hesitant to do that. I could have spellcasters run them, swap them out, use all of their spell slots. I could also just spam long rest after every fight, but both those seem like an abuse of the system that I don't like for some reason. I'm not sure why that abuse of the system bothers me, but like other optimizations of the system don't, but
This
that one
place
does.
is for a warm bed and full stomach. Look no further. Welcome to the Last Light Inn.
I think we would like to actually have a long rest, so maybe that's reasonable. What is this? House with Flowers. That's our other quest. We're pretty low on spell slots and everyone except the Bard. Bard's on like full spells because he just doesn't cast any spells. Do we want other small AoE effects? Gale could change up his spell count right now.
Let me work my magic.
A lot of non-combat spells eating up our lineup. I guess I'm supposed to cast the Find Familiar, then remove it from bar. It's probably what I'm supposed to be doing. Not even sure what spell we actually want. Maybe a better damage spell like a Fireball. Right.
Can't give up now. Don't waste a step.
No shadows here. Something must be keeping it at bay.
Alright. Maybe we'll get some social interactions. You don't belong here. I do belong here.
Jaheira seems sure of you. I hope she's right. This barricade might keep the shadows out, but it won't help against what's already inside.
Lie to him.
You there! Step forward and keep your hands off your weapons.
Easy. He's with me.
Come. Jaheira!
Have we met her yet? I don't think we have. How uncouth. Legends tell me expect better of the noble Jaheira. You have to count of 5 to let me go. Jaheira, is it? I'm filthy. I assure you none of this is necessary. Just this once I wish people would simply say hello. I would like to do one, but let's do our bard stuff. Let's charm these harpers. It might be useful.
It seems tales of my clemency have been greatly exaggerated.
At least give me a chance to earn your trust. So it would seem. Did you hear that I saved your soldiers? I heard you were strong, smart. Seems I heard wrong. If you let me go, I'll happily amend the tales. Add hate strangers footnote.
You have not experienced my hatred, stranger. Not yet, at least. This is why we're here, you see. It is a curious creature that hides all manner of secrets. But if there's one thing that we know, it's that it knows its own kind.
Hey, buddy.
You should never have come here, true soul.
Rage against the vines, accept your fate. I'm not a true soul. Look at the harpers you saved. They're not going to be swayed by that, right? A combat encounter is not going to be the equivalent of having just unmasked something they're here to kill. I don't think 2 is good enough. I think this is I'm not a true soul.
Stop! What are you doing? He's the one who saved us!
He's the one who protected the Emerald Grove.
Yep.
Interesting outcome.
Didn't leave a goblin standing. Not so bad to hang around with either. Saved us from a mad druid and her snakes. A real class act. I pretty much trust him with my life.
Wait, isn't this the girl that...
A true soul with a
I thought we
mind of
killed
his
her.
own? How is that possible?
Because of this artifact, I work in mysterious ways. You'll just have to take my word for it. I work in mysterious ways. I'm not showing her the fuck... Why would we show her the artifact? I don't trust this woman at all.
Enlighten me. Now.
The DM railroads the fuck out of you. I know it's hard to trust anyone right now. Believe me, I'm not an absolute cultist. Fine, show her the artifact. Charisma. What do you mean, charisma? Why isn't this a deception or a persuasion or a... What the fuck is just charisma roll? Not gonna let me cast buffs on it. Why am I getting railroaded so hard right now? We charisma it. 21 with no bonuses is pretty painful. Let's get some bonuses then. I don't think we want to friends her. Why don't I have my persuasion amulet on here? Alright, we take guidance. We take Eagle Splendor. 21 is still a pain. Okay. Just bard stuff.
Congratulations. You've earned yourself the benefit of the doubt. Hear me, Harpers. All clear. At ease. I'll not pretend to understand why you, the enigma that you are, suddenly crossed our path. But I'm old and wise enough to recognize a sliver of hope when it crawls out of the dark. Tell me, why have you come here?
We were baited into it by your fucking Harpers we saved, telling us the inn was a good spot. Destroy the Absolute in his lair. I just want a cure for the parasite in my head. Moonrise Tower is my only lead. I'm here on holiday. My intentions are my own. I mean, we are... Dude, are we here to destroy the Absolute? We're here to infiltrate the Absolute. I didn't really want to go down the light route necessarily. Not that I'm potentially trying to... What is that board doing? I mean, it is true we don't want to cure. We want to cure for the parasite in my head. She does know it's there because she just did her little test with having a vial, which apparently like knows like, I guess. I think it's 2. Normally we would hide that information, but I don't think there's a reason to hide if she already knows.
Then our interests align. We must all cure ourselves of the entire cult of the Absolute. There's food in the inn over there. Beds too if you require rest. Aloe oil in the cupboard in case the vines gave you a rash. Settle in. Then come join me for a drink. You may just be the godsend we've been praying for.
Damon might be knocking around here, right? Oh my god, soldier. That's Jaheira. The Jaheira.
She lives in the city, right? You know her? Yeah, the Jaheira almost sliced the pack of Harpers on us. She lives in the city? Who fucking cares where she lives? Let's go 3.
Hey, it would have been an honor. Years ago, over a century, Jaheira was part of a group that saved Baldur's Gate from Saravok, a Baalsport trying to plunge the city into war. My mum used to tell us stories about them. The legends who protected the city from evil. She said Jaheira was a powerful druid. Adamant. Tough. I've told myself those stories 1,000 times since. I never thought I'd meet Jaheira. She's a hero, and I was always... some outer city kid. Can't believe she wants to talk to us about working together. What a day.
Okay. Go away. We just passed all. Don't tell me to go away. Fuck off. Also, isn't this the girl who we saved? We should have a quick word with her.
Good to see a friendly face.
Oh, it was just very much a quick word. Sure. Why are they running over here? Easy does it, boy. Calm.
Jaheira's godsend in the flesh. Pleasure to have you.
Is it the elementals that's spooking them? That's interesting. It is funny he's just wandering around. He's very humanoid looking. Alright. Most important thing is there's a quartermaster here. Somewhere. There, I guess. Wait. Go away.
See any movement out there?
Stock up while you can. I only hope I've brought enough to see us through.
Anything I can take off your hands at no cost to myself, Persuasion? The bard says, you got anything for free? Yeah, there's Voice of the Circle. There's only a Persuasion check. That's why I couldn't do it in the Charisma thing. That's interesting. I don't know why that wasn't a skill roll. It was just a stat check. $25, you say?
Cheeky. But, since you're asking...
Sweet.
More where that came from.
Supply pack. Okay. Not exactly what I had in mind.
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
Scammed. And those are some items. Alright, I was regretting not killing the whole group of them, but maybe not, maybe not. Alright, some more Roaring Thunder arrows, which seems sweet in this area. Another scroll of Burning Hands in case we get attacked by Shadow Ravens again. Cloak of Protection. I don't even know what slot cloaks use. There's an empty cloak slot. So this is just +1 AC plus saving throw for whoever the hell we want. Seems good. We'll take one of those. Alright, what else is in here? Rapier +1, Morning Star, Great Clubs, Light Crossbows, Light Hammers, Necrotic Resistant Flying, Combustion, Sea Invis, Elixir of Viciousness. It's a crit elixir. By how much though? I might just buy it to see what the hell it does. I can shoot somebody to cure poison, paralysis, or blindness. Stinking Cloud, protection from energy, Scroll of Blight. Polymorph, Wall of Fire is a scroll. It's been super good so far. We might want another one. Fireball, Greater Invis, the Defender Great Axe. Defensive attack. When making your first attack of the round, you can reduce this weapon's enchantment by 1. It's a +2 to increase your armor class and saving throws by 1. Do you think that's for the round? It's kind of a weird thing. Our barb is half rogue at this point, so we kind of want finesse weapons. It's kind of a bummer, honestly, because like the other ones are fun. Lay bare their weakness. After dealing damage with an unarmed attack, the bearer gains +1 to their spell to save DC. Sounds terrible. This ups. You're invested with the power of meadows and woods of the land and have the effect of bark skin. An advantage to con saves. What kind of is medium? I see. Light. When obscured, the wearer has advantage on saving throws. Yonti Scale Mail. Dex modifier to armor class. This armor does not impose disadvantage on stealth checks. And 1 bonus to initiative. I wonder what our... That sounds interesting. I gotta look at what Lae'zel's dex is right now. I think it's 14. If it's 14, this doesn't do anything for us. You could if you had medium armor proficiency on like a rogue with this could actually be pretty high armor class, I think. The Mighty Cloth. Bold strength. You gain bold strength and increase your strength score by 2 to a maximum of 20. Cannot be pushed against your will and have advantage on saving throws against being restrained and gain bold. So this is for like a barbarian who's not wearing medium armor. It's oh wait, medium armor is on not on Lae'zel. It's on our barbarian, who does have, I believe, the fuck is it for? Okay, we gotta buy the things we want, then come back to these. It's an interesting one too. The Mighty Cloth. What's the obsidian? On a successful saving throw against a foe spell, deal damage to them. It's interesting. Resistance to fire. 2-weapon fighting. When you make an attack with your offhand ability, you can add your okay. It's just like bracer. It's gloves that give you a feat. Protection from missiles. What? Amulet of the Harper. You gain advantages on wisdom saving throw checks, and you gain shield. Kind of cool. I wonder if you actually gain the spell or if it's a single use. If you gain the spell, it's incredible. If you just get a single use of it, it's kind of whatever. Aberration slowing arrows, bunch of dies. If we want to fucking customize our armor. Wall of stone. Scroll of planar binding. I don't even know what these spells do. Alright, let's look at the shield too. Shield of devotion. Gain 1 level 1 spell slot. When a foe hits you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to knock it prone against a dex save. And you get Shield of Devotion aid. Seems okay. And the incandescent staff. What does it do? Range spell attack +1. Grants resistance to fire damage. Gives you firebolt and fireball. Okay. These feel like they'd be good items to steal. But we also have 9,000 gold. We could just buy everything. Alright. This girl maybe is worth... We're going to spend enough money on her. Building attitude might actually be worthwhile for her. What did we work out attitude was worth? Somewhere we worked it out. I don't really want to do this. Alright. So I guess the other thing we need to do then is check the... I need to check a dex stat.
Take care now.
So... Harlech has 14 dex. So we actually don't get much more value out of the... Too bad it's a very interesting thing.
Minster's not around.
That's probably an upgrade off Gale's current staff. I think level 2 acid arrow is not that exciting anymore. Oh, but this actually literally has the spell save DC and spell attack rolls on it. I thought I was stacking it, but I might not be. I appreciate the notification. There's another vendor in here, so I should plan my spending. I wasn't expecting this to be such an area. Yeah, if we move just slightly further, we see it. No, that's a great use of quote unquote spoiling, but not actually spoiling anything. It's just literally I didn't walk around the corner. All right. Potion of Invis right there. A bunch of these aren't red. I can just take these. Why am I allowed to just take these? That seems wrong. Okay. Can't reach this. Really? Moonrise, Hub of Weakness, Toll House, Embarkment, Point of Attack, Distillery, Supplies, Abandoned House, The Shadows Lengthen. Maybe it's because we're not tall enough. Can Karlach do it? No.
Never a dull moment.
It's a bummer. Okay. Innkeeper's Lockbox, not
Another
red.
step forward.
What? This summon is doing some unusual things.
Right tool will do the trick.
Alright, let's bard it up.
If you have an alternative in mind, please do.
I feel like all this shit should be red. talk to this guy, whoever he is. Alright, we're just gonna have to dismiss our level 4 our level 4 spell, which is like what seems to be a weak fighter with some decent, like maybe he has some okay tanking. By the way, what is his AC? It's kind of frustrating right now that he's just never, all the NPCs I want to talk to are running away.
No one back home will ever believe this.
I don't know if we are playing the long rest. We need to meet. The map is ready. Go to my place. Head into the basement. Look for the tower. You should have the key. Ignore the chest. I mean it. Go straight on through and you'll find it. Signed, Morfred. That we're interested in.
Report more activity among the cultists now. Preparing to march, I wager. Seems that way.
It's probably fine to dismiss him, but it might not be.
The colors are faded, but the words are not. An ale between friends is worth 10 cups of tea.
Any more of our people into the curse?
That's curious.
Loose plank. So that's probably the basement. Yeah, I don't know why I'm able to pick all this. Maybe we earned the trust of whatever. When Swear deals cold damage, they also create a 15-foot circle of ice around the target. That sounds terrible.
If you have an alternative in mind, please do propose it.
Looks old, but it looks like it has an age, or written by someone. How much longer must I languish here? I'd hoped to be in Baldur's Gate 10 days ago, but the blasted toll housekeeper won't accept my papers. When Father hears about this, he'll be furious. There's something odd about this village. People skulk around like there's something to hide. The shrines of the Moon Maiden seem ill-tended and barren. I hope to learn more about Ketheric Thorn, the village leader, but talking to him seems to put people on edge. Seems very old. Alright. What else is going around here? Going on around here? It's a dock. I was not expecting to find a town here. I was expecting this whole area to be a path to another area. You want to talk to the cat? His Majesty.
Hiss. I say hiss!
Do we wish to hiss back? Easy, kitten. I mean you no harm. What's got your whiskers in a twist? Hiss.
This is my territory, and you're in it.
My intentions are pure. I only wish to admire you up close. I see your point. My apologies. I'll keep my distance. Let's do. My intentions are pure. I only wish to admire you up close.
I'll allow it.
Quite the specimen you are. How did you come to this place? Quietly admire the cat. You seem like someone who knows what he's about. Heard anything interesting about here? That one.
Good of you to notice. For my part, I have noticed the cleric is a liar. She promised me a bit of milk. Do you see any milk, do you? Nor do I. Disgraceful.
Okay. How did you come to this place?
I slinked, of course.
Quietly admire the
You've
cat.
had enough. Now go. Quickly.
We lost two levels of interaction with Lae'zel from admiring a cat. You fucking kidding me?
This calls for careful footwork.
Indolence breeds madness.
No, not really though. Okay. I wonder if there's like weights to those, and they're hidden weights, so like they're not all equal. You know, I think we saved her from the chair, and we got like 1 plus. We talk with the cat, 2 minuses. It's funny.
With haste.
Raphael, that's the demon. Also 900 health. We haven't seen him in a while. And there's Mole. Isn't Mole's talking with the demon? All right. Can I talk to the fucking vendor now?
Welcome to our humble... Wait, are you Karlach? A lot of us were in Avernus. We saw you fighting. You were so good.
Well, yeah, I guess I was. I mean, you should avoid fighting for devils if you can. But if you can't, it helps to have a good right hook.
I saw you lay out a Moor demon in 2 hits. Bam, bam! We were all like, whoa! How'd you learn to fight like that?
This is too wholesome.
Had to. Life didn't pull any punches. It was up to me to learn to take a hit and deal one back.
I wish Lae'zel would hit her
I've
right
been
now.
tossed around a lot too. I want to learn how to fight back too.
From the look of things, you've got your wits about you. A clever mind and a bit of style will take you a long way. Fight with those, and you may find you never need to use your fists at all.
In that case, want to buy a lucky ring I found?
Ha! Nice try, Shorty. Keep it up, though, and you'll be scamming with the greats in no time.
Scamming with the grades. What kind of advice is that? Kid really looks up to you. It's nice to see. You were too nice, that little runt. Why am I talking to Karlach right now? Kid really looks up to you. It's nice to see.
It is, isn't it?
Okay. Okay, don't.
Check it out. We've gone legitimate, and Mole put me in charge. What do you need?
Get a stock for an extra special. Got any stock for an extra special customer like me?
I'm not supposed to mention it to anyone, but I do have something pretty special in stock. A key. What does it look like? What does it open? What treasures await behind its lock? That's for one lucky buyer to find out. Mole gave it to me and said I shouldn't let it go to just any old jackaday.
Said I could have it. If it was worth any coin, do you think Maul would have given it to you? I don't want to have our lies be so checkable. This one sounds like a pretty dumb lie in general. This one seems like a better way to do it. Let them make up their own mind. Okay.
I mean, maybe.
Hand it over now. Maul knows it'll be safer with me, and so do you. With all the other fabulous things you found this in, why hold on to a dusty old key? I don't want to fuck around with insight. Let's do it this. This is... dude, I don't know. Maul knows it would be safer with me, and so do you. I guess that's not directly something she could check. I don't know. It feels weird that this is the line. This is the line we take. The 6. Okay. A 6? Are you sure?
But she put me in charge of the shop. I thought... Never mind. Here. You can have it then.
Good kid. Alright, stop running away!
If you have an alternative in mind.
What can I get you?
I want to look at your items for like the 5th time. Okay. Acrobatics and armor class. Acrobatics. Dex stuff. AC +1 boots are kind of interesting though. Second cloak. Cunning Broom. Broom? B-R-U-M-E. When the wearer disengages, they also create a foggy cloud within 7-foot radius that lasts for 1 turn. Sending shell. Faint whispers creep from the sending shell. When you hold it close, yet the method of sending messages from it is unclear. What do I do with the sending shell? It seems cool, but what would I do with it? The wielder of this rod cannot be surprised unless something oh, we're getting scammed. Oh, I see. These are scam items. Makes more sense. Spoon of saltiness. Decanter of nearly endless water. Alright. Buy the spoon. When salting food, the bearer of this shadow cursed utensil will always add too little or too much, but never the right amount. Truly, the deviousness is top tier. Okay.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Alright, I'll dismiss the summon because you guys are giving me a lot of garbage. Okay, dismissing summons is illegal. Okay.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Alright.
I wanted the easy path.
You have an alternative in mind.
Oh, I'm still turn-based. Let's get out turn-based. Who's this? Alfira. Where are you,
something
Alfira?
to ask.
You're a bard.
Last night's best bargains, right here.
You're all right. Thank goodness. I was worried they'd got you too.
Wait, do I know her? Glad you made it too. It's one hell of a curse.
We were ambushed. They lined us up like dogs. Asherak was with the kids, telling them it was going to be all right. Maybe that's why they picked him. Told him to kneel. They took his eyes first. Then his tongue.
How did you survive? I'm so sorry. Which one was Asherak again? Okay.
It's just Roland of all people. He said he stayed in the grove because of you. And I'm damn glad of it. Without him, well, none of us would be here. I don't know. How do you do it? How do you keep going? Heart's Requiem, right? You've done so much for us already. If they're not dead, they're in Moonrise. And gods have mercy on anyone in that hell's pit.
I don't want to have this long of a conversation with a character I don't remember.
Maybe. Just be careful up there.
Alright. I just wanted to talk to a fellow bard, but she wasn't. She was someone we have a backstory with who I don't remember. Okay. We're looking for the other merchant, apparently.
Last night's best bard.
Okay. There's this. Updated the Hellion's Heart. That mean we just found, what's his face? Talk to Jaheira. Find out where the tieflings are being held in the tower. Find the ledger. That's otherwise out there. And there's the Hellion's Heart. Found Infernal Iron. We should take it to Daemon. This is Baldur's Gate, I guess. Destroy the Heart of the Absolute. Okay. Is this him around here then? Isabel. No, let's keep exploring this little town. Daemon's here. We'll go back in a second, chat. We just finished exploring.
Looks empty.
I would love to see what the other upgrades are. It's kind of cool to get other things like that. Where the fuck is he, though? Oh, we can get Scratch out again. We absolutely should. I know. I'm excited to use a coin one day, too. Yeah, good boy, Scratch. Show me what's up. Do we know a Bex? Dude, this town is fucking huge again. Are you doing something or what? You're doing something over here? Wait, do I just dig where he says? There's no rolls or anything? No way, right? What has he showed us here? Oh, the chest. Possibly. There should be a roll, right? A survival roll if we walk over here, if it's buried here. I don't want to spend time just digging in random spots. He brings you to other stuff besides just holes. He seems to have some mind of what he thinks is good. Yeah. There's no reason to hold on to them. I don't know if that's true or not.
Please, I just want to be alone. Gone? Cultists. They rounded us up. I managed to get away. But my love, I've always been. I didn't realize. I just wish I could have said goodbye. Not in. Can you? It's hard. It would.
Can't believe how big this fucking inn is. The inn of 1,000 miles. Whole workbench. The workbench thing is a lie and misinformation. That's annoying. You always dig where he says and you always find something? That's interesting too. Can we confirm that? I don't want to dig a bunch unless there's a reason to. But I don't want, like, if he brings me to something, I'm not going to pass it if it's really there. So you're telling me I should dig in that area? Alright, where's this? Okay, first of all, where the hell is... Can I do it from here? Is there a way to, like, find this easier? Strange ox. I guess we should go talk to one of the ox, right? We have that storyline started with them. Yeah. The digging dug up that chest, FYI. Really? I didn't see any animation for that or stuff around it. Oh, there he is.
Got a good sense for horned freaks, and that ox is one of them.
Horned freaks. Oh, he's a demon ox, I see. This one?
It's
Not that one, I guess. Which one? Maybe point out. Strange ox. Okay.
No, still incapable.
Incapable of what? I'll show you incapable. I remember you from the Druid's Grove. You already revealed your secrets yet. You said that twice. I demand an explanation.
Not for you to know.
Come on, now you piqued my curiosity. You're the ox I met back in the grove. You're very hungry then. I saved you all. Now you have food. Nature, you're a rare breed. An authentic red-backed river ox. I thought you'd be more discerning. We don't want to fuck around with perception. Alright, we try to persuade. You know, bard stuff. Okay.
Well, come close. Your mind to mine.
Is he gonna headbutt us?
Are you satisfied?
It's the least bovine thoughts I've ever seen. What are you really? Yes, thank you. What in the hells was that? How does an ox look you? What in the hells was that? I think one.
Keep quiet, and you won't have to find out.
Whatever it is you're coming out of hiding now, is that a threat? Your secret, whatever it is safe with me.
Good little hero. Scurry on now.
I want to know what you are.
I admire your ability to graciously suffer the frustration of your desires.
Right, you are. Alright. We'll figure out later. We don't need to kill him for being weird. Okay. Quick chat with Damon. Hey, Damon.
Karlak, I thought you'd be in the city by now. We were ambushed by cultists. Half of us were captured, the other half ran here.
Off the anvil into the forge. We'll find them. Hopefully.
Before you run off into the belly of the beast, there's something I need to tell you. Well, two things. Good news and bad news.
What do you want to hear first, Karlak?
The good news, obviously.
I only need one more piece of infernal iron to craft an insulating chamber that can make it possible for Karlak to...
Touch people!
Exactly!
Oh my god. It's really happening. It's been so long. We've got the iron. Let's do this thing!
Hang on! I think you'll want to hear the bad news too.
Yeah, sure. But first, fix me. Please.
Let's let him speak. Sounds important.
Fine. Well, go on then.
I don't enjoy saying this, Karlak, but there's no two ways about it. Your engine is going to blow and I can't fix it. I'm not sure anyone can. It's simply too hot to exist here in the material plane. Unless you return to Avernus for good, this thing is going to blow. Sooner rather than later.
But still, you can give me something that'll let me touch again, right? Safely.
Yes, but...
That's all I need to know. Do it. Please.
Go on, give him the iron. Let's make this happen. Did you hear Damon said your engine's gonna explode soon? It can wait, and so can you. All right, we'll do 1 here.
Well, all right. This shouldn't take long.
I like how banging things with a hammer is somehow gonna fix this problem, or postpone it. Yeah, it does feel weird that 2 people in my party. We met like 4 people in the world. 2 of them explode just by being around. It seems kind of weird.
Same as last time. You'll need to install it yourself. This should do the trick.
There. So did it work?
Only one way to find out.
Lay a hand on her, pull her into a hug, stand stock still. Let's give her a hug.
I can't believe it.
It's the least I could do. Before you go, there's that engine of yours. It's contained for the moment.
You already
I know
told
you
us
know
this.
that. But the thing is, there's a cure.
Wait, you just said there wasn't a cure.
I wasn't making any headway with the mechanics, none at all. The environment here is just too cold to sustain metals like the ones inside you. You have to return to Avernus. For good. Or this thing is going to burn you up from the inside out.
The minute I set foot back in Avernus, Zarya will force me back into service. I'm not doing her bidding again. I'd rather die.
I get that, but don't rule it out. The world just might be better with you in it. Even in Avernus. I won't stop trying to figure out a cure, but at this point, I think we all have to face the inevitable.
Thank you. We gotta celebrate. We'll make the inevitable evitable then. All right.
Thanks, Damon.
It's been my pleasure.
Okay. So what happened? Tell me about Karlik's upgrades.
Oh, I could go for a good meal.
Particularly any exploding upgrades. How many fucking things we have on this list? None of those are actually the ones either. She can touch others without burning them, and she can no longer be charmed. Okay. All right. I guess we now need to talk with her.
Live in more interesting times.
This is the best day. The best day.
So happy for
I'm
you.
So happy for me too. Now I just need to find someone to cuddle up to tonight, and I'll be the happiest woman on the Sword Coast.
Good luck to you. Okay.
Looking ahead.
What are we doing here besides this? I know. It's not. I mean, sadly, it is, you know, Thirsty Thursday here at on stream, but I think we're gonna be passing.
Moving ahead.
Okay. Can we trade with Damon? Oh, he's a vendor too. Forgot. Good call.
What's up for discussion?
A makeshift harper's... And if you find any interesting materials, I hesitate.
When Elturel was dragged into Avernus, I was drafted into a devil's smithy. It should have been awful. But infernal metal is like a wild horse. Powerful, exuberant. It'll kill you if you lack technique. I can sense some. Smell it almost. Somewhere in the area. Underground, maybe. Out there in the shadows. If you find it, bring it to me. I'll make something incredible.
I found this metal. What can you make of it?
Absolutely. Rare to get your hands on this stuff. Well done keeping it to hand.
No, I asked you what you can make it, not have you fucking hit it with your hammer again. Also, we don't need any more of this for Karlach? I guess not. I guess we've done all the repairing we can do on her.
There you are. And be careful who you show that to. It might draw the wrong kind of attention.
Interesting warning. You don't even ask me if this is what I want to spend my metal on? Lesser Infernal Retribution. When you're hit by a foe within 7 foot, it might take 1 to 4 fire damage. Take 1 less piercing. Disadvantage on stealth. It's heavy armor at 18. I just think that's going to be worse than what we have. What a waste of my fucking fancy-ass metal. What is any other uses for fancy-ass metal?
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
It's worth a lot of money. That's fair. It's worth a lot of money.
Not as bad as it could
Alright, I wasn't done with you, Damon, so stop ending my conversation.
Need anything?
Yeah. I think I found material you could work with. What can you make of it? Wait, I can just keep doing it? Alright. Chat, I'd like a spoiler here. Am I using up a resource that I'll use later, or is this the only place I can spend this resource? Only place? Okay.
It's perfect. Really.
Helmet. Also medium. +2 bonus to saving throws against spells. That's actually not the worst. I don't know if it's better or worse than what we have. It's worth a lot less than the other piece.
No time
The
to rest.
Grimforge's prompt isn't Infernal Iron. What is the Grimforge prompt then? What is it using as a resource?
Need anything?
I found this metal. A place called Grimforge. What am I giving him? Alloy has 3 charges. I wish I knew what I was giving him here.
Well, well, well.
Why does it keep rolling medium armor too? So he's just a medium armor smith. Lesser Infernal Touch. Your weapon attacks deal additional 1d4 fire. Your unarmed attacks deal additional 1/4d for necrotic, and you can inflict bleeding. Strength save throws +1. It's pretty strong too. Sadly, I think this is... I don't know if I can use that. It's an interesting melee rider effect again, isn't it? With multiple attacks. Stacks again well with multiple attacks too. Yeah. I think it's the mithril. Didn't we use up our mithril when we were crafting our fancy things in their forge?
Need anything?
And now I don't have the other option. Huh. Alright, what does he have? He's got a Sword of Life Stealing. On a critical hit, the target takes an extra 1d10 necrotic damage as long as it isn't a construct or undead, and you gain 10 temp HP. It's a weapon +2. It's a finesse weapon. So we could use this on Karlach. It's a short sword still, too. I think our current one is... I guess I need to compare like this. It was the slag. Interesting. So the +2 is why I took it, that and the finesse element. This is the same damage type, piercing, and same finesse weapon. Still, they're both short swords, I guess. I thought the other one was a dagger. It's a more interesting effect, but not by a lot. Little extra damage on crits, but less chance of crits. We can force crits is the interesting part of this through our... It's like once per rest or something, but we still can do it. 10 temp HP is kind of nice too. Looks like it has the same weapon attacks as a short sword. I'm not sure how interesting that is. Sword Mastery. You gain proficiency with short sword, long swords, and great swords. In addition, you gain +1 bonus to melee attack rolls. Jesus, they just give out +1 bonus, don't they? Everywhere. Heavy armor 18. Heavy armor 16. Not very good armor though. Ring mail +2. Scale mail +2. Light armor, balance, the dex saves and checks, stealthy. I don't think stealth is very good in this game. Charge bound warhammer +1. That's actually a +2 if you have a packed weapon. With the 1d6 rider on it too. Wow. That's actually so good if you were... If we had packed weapons or EKs, which we don't. Int -1, wisdom -1, strength +2 up to 23. All right, chat. I need a quick break here. Then we'll go through reading all the items again. There's a lot of powerful stuff here. Right back. All right, chat. I think I'm over this cleric. I feel like we might be over Lae'zel as a cleric. I'm just finding the casters to be utility and not damage. It's just the marshals just seem way better. And when we see items like this, like I might just go EK. Like fighter seems insane to me because you're gonna get 3 attack actions eventually on fighter, or rather 3 melee attacks per attack action, which is nuts. And we did just kind of commit Karlach to being a finesse-based character, which is a bit frustrating because I want to use the sweet strength-based attacking rolls. So I think Battlemaster's fine, but I kind of want to EK it. I think this weapon's kind of nuts, right? It's a +2 with an extra D6 on it, so basically double damage if you're one-handing it, right? You go from 1d8 to 2d8. Seems really good. Finesse EK and strength bar. No, that's not really what we're trying to do. I don't know what the EK spell list is like either. No, he's not talking EK barb. He's talking we could make the so there's so many things going here. All right, well, I don't know if we want to go down this route or not, but I kind of feel like it. I'm kind of getting annoyed at I'm kind of getting annoyed at Lae'zel in combat right now, as this cleric has just been really underwhelming for a while now. I thought switching it up to Thunder might make it better, and it did make it better. It was better than Nature, but it's still kind of underwhelming. I just don't find that the spell slots are working with the pacing that I'm doing. Like, I don't really want to spend the spell slots for mediocre damage, and I don't really wish to keep the cleric around. And I'd like to use these items that we keep finding. So your thought was EK Rogue and Barb was the idea. No. The reason it just doesn't work what we're trying to do, right? So the reason why I have Rogue is I want 2 bonus actions on the Barbarian. It's a bonus action to rage, it's a bonus action to jump, it's a bonus action to dash, it's a bonus action to shove. All of those are super good in the game right now. So I want a second bonus action on the Barbarian. The downside is it restricts the sneak attack damage to finesse weapons. I mean, I guess we could do that. We could get the second bonus action on the EK, but I actually want the fighter progression is the thing. The Barbarian progression as a class is very interesting past level 6, but the fighter progression is very interesting all the way up. So I'm not very interested I'm not interested in Rogue for Rogue's sake. I'm interested in it for the bonus action boost for Thief. Anyway, so we could respec Lae'zel out of Cleric and into EK. And that would be pretty sick. So if we did that, we'd probably stay. We'd probably stay heavy armor because we're talking a strength EK, right? Well, we're a fighter. We get extra feats. We can do all sorts of things. We could try a Great Weapon Master in there if we wanted. We could try some of the heavy armor feat. It's quite nice. It's a half feat too. Warlock. I kind of want to. I think the multi-attack is just going to be nuts. I mean, at level 5, it probably could be Warlock just as easily, with the with double attack off of the packed weapon. But at level, what is it? When do fighters get their third attack? Is it 10 or 11? 11. It's pretty late then. All right, thank you. Oh, no fork. It's cold too. We need Lae'zel to hit our wisdom. We don't need another charisma class for fucking sure. I like the access to shields. I don't think warlocks get that inherently either. All right, what would we take if we did want to take? By the way, this is crazy. This is Brig's strength past. This is basically a +2 though, is all that really is, isn't it? It's a +2 that gives you some better strength shoves. You may get access to shield. Yeah, but Gith has been pretty amazing. Why would I have to save scum? Alright, I guess I need to finish reading the items and just decide if we want that, for example. This could be a Karlach upgrade, possibly. I'm not sure if this is better or worse than critting more on the dagger. Maybe better. I guess you can throw this too. Oh, it's light, but it's not. Do we want to respec chat? Kinda. I just find this cleric really uninteresting at the moment. It's just not doing any of the things that I want that character to do in these combats. Like, we have a fairly decent selection.
I'll be here if you need anything else.
Yeah, I'll be right back, Damon. We have a fairly decent selection of spells, but the only spells we actually cast out of this are Glyph of Warding, rarely a Spiritual Guardians, and Enhance Ability. That's basically it. And then we have our shitty nuke spells that are just worse than damage from our caster. It's just, there's a couple things that are just making it so much worse. Thank you. Druid. I've gone for, I have 2 full casters in the party already, and scrolls can be used by anyone, including non-caster characters. So like your fighters can just use scrolls, which is pretty nuts too. I don't mind shield on the EK. We could look at, I suppose, a heavy ranger is an option too. Yeah, I think let's play around with that. I don't know which of those options we want to go, but I feel like some character building. Let's do some character building. How do you guys feel about that? Feels good? Yeah, it does feel kind of good too. So I was playing around with... So here we go. So our only consideration is we want to be strength based and heavy armor based. And that, I think you guys are right. I wasn't tracking on the ranger option, but there are 3 options for that. Ranger gets it as a background weirdly. So I think we can be ranger, some sort of fighter, or possibly, well, I mean, there's a bunch of other heavy armor options too, but those are the 2 I'm really considering between right now, I think. I mean, we can do Warlock, kind of. I don't know how to get heavy armor on it. So the upsides of the... Where's the... So I need to pull up. Let me just find some stuff real quick, chat. We can have a look together. Let's do a little bit of this through the browser. What's the good wiki? It's like bg3.wiki or something like that. Yeah, okay, I found it. Alright, so we're playing around with this. Looking at specifically the classes. And I'm looking at either the fighter or the ranger. I think that, oh, paladins are interesting too, right? It's another martial class that we haven't messed around with. I don't know about Lae'zel as a paladin, but I wasn't very excited about these. About paladins at the moment. I mean, Smite's always going to be fun, but Smite is the same problem, right? Like, all right, if we look through this, the nice part about fighter is the extra ability score improvement at 6. So we'd already be at 20 strength basically, or we could start picking up either Great Weapon Master, or we can also do half feats too. So we might be able to get Great Weapon Master and Heavy Armor, for example, which is pretty nuts for a Martial. by 8 anyway, so next level. We're level 7 currently. We get both subclass features right now. The Battlemaster subclass features don't scale super well. It's just more of the same basically. I think maybe you get like it's like one more dice or a D10 or something as opposed to a D8. Battlemaster seemed good to me. We played a little bit of that earlier on Lae'zel, but I think it isn't exactly what we want here. You say smite scales with non-paladin level? It's kind of wild. So what are the EK limitations in this playthrough? I don't normally like EKs very much. Where are my subclass specialties? Like, this doesn't actually tell me anything. Like, we should have a... There should be one at 3 and one at 6, right? 3 and 6. I mean, yeah, 3 and 7 and 10. There should be 3 subclass features available. So some of it's going to be spell progression. These are garbage cantrips, huh? There's none of the combat cantrips. Wait, level 1 doesn't provide shield? What? Shield's abjuration. So why isn't that on that list? What is haste, by the way? Don't see it here on either of them. It's definitely not evocation. Transmutation or something, right? Alright, so we probably get shield, and we probably don't get haste. Speediest Retreat's kind of nice. So the wizard spells are gonna... I mean, okay, let's do it this way then. We did just save, right? Let's take a moment and just respec and look. Because it's actually... When the wiki's so... unclear, it's probably better to actually go have a look in-game. Where is the scammy skeleton? So weird I have to explore my own camp. Sorry, I'm doing this one-handed right now as I eat. There he is. Okay.
Yes, time for chatter.
Thou walkest alone. On all these harsh nights, thou hast sought no company. Love is no domain of mine, but it is often cited as the purpose of mortal life. Wherefore turnst thou from it? And thus...
Alright, can you let me respec now between judging my...
Dost thou require a new ally, as thou desire?
Alright, so I did just save. So I think the plan is to go look at the spell list and then we'll respec regardless. I'm just not going to finalize these choices. I just want to look through what the options are. I wish there was a better way to do this, but I haven't found a better way. I think I like the option of running shields. Pretty limited here, huh? Is there ever a world in which we dual wield? I feel like there might be. I was wondering about this earlier. You know those Gith weapons that give 1d4 psychic damage? If you dual wield those, do you have 2d4 psychic damage on every one of your attack rolls? Anyone know? Now, I don't actually need to know because we're going to respec anyways because we're just looking at what these things are offering us. But I want to see what the EK options are as we level up and what the EK subclass stuff is. We only get one of the subclass options, I think. Garbage cantrips. Just so bad. It's just truly awful. Level 1 spells are, I mean, there's always going to be some utility in magic missiles. There's shield. Protection from good and evil is probably fine too. It scales across the course of the game. Who knows? What are the expanded lists? Get Longstrider there. Could also pick up the, I don't know if they get to ritual cast or not. I assume they do. I think the ritual casting is not a class tag in this game, but it's a spell tag. Oh, was I thinking the wrong one? That's just 10. None of these have tags. I mean, we don't care, really. We can worry about that if we actually choose this route. I'm not sure we're going EK or not. Alright, so the interesting heavy ones are Great Weapon Master, which is pretty expensive, but we do have a Barbarian to knock everybody down, which is kind of nice. Longstrider's a ritual. Interesting. So we could basically have permanent Longstrider then, which is just 10 movement, which is kind of nice. And then the other ones are Heavy Armor Master is also, what is it called? Heavily Armored? I don't know what the fuck it's called right now. That one, it is Heavy Armor Master. So we get a half feat from -3 on Heavy Armor. We are going to be wearing Heavy Armor. That's decent. We could take Great Weapon Master, and then we could get our last, and our third feat could be our other stat roll, right? So we could come out of this with Great Weapon Master and Heavily Armored, which is pretty nice. Could go Polearm Master. I don't think Polearm Master is all that good in this game. Your bonus actions are really heavily saturated. So I'm not convinced that I want this. Maybe the AOO one is good. Honestly, we're just looking right now, so it doesn't matter. Just take this for now. Alright, I want to see what my class, this is extra attacks, this is 5, this is fine. This is level 6. It's heavy melee. What counts as a heavy melee? Is it just all two-handers heavy? Or is it something else? And again, doesn't matter for now. Alright, this is level 7, so this should be our subclass. War Magic. You've honed your body in Magic for War. After you cast a cantrip, you can make a weapon attack using a bonus action. That is so bad in this game. The level 2s are all useless to us, really. Hotfix 4 was just released. Was it released today, Eamon? So what did I wanted to look at? I wanted to look at what had heavy tags on it. All right, I'll have a look at Hotfix 4 in a minute. That's annoying. Prof Pessimist. So where are our weapons? They're on Karlach. That's kind of weird. Great swords are not heavy. What? So how the hell are we ever using two-handed weapons? Or rather, ever using Great Weapon Master? Like what weapons are considered heavy? Greatsword works with it? Anything versatile used in two hands, including versatile. Oh, I see. Okay. So we would be committing to running around without a shield on her. Shields have been pretty good thus far. They all have interesting abilities on them. Well, this one doesn't have an interesting ability, but in general they have interesting abilities and the AC is quite good. And honestly, mostly the damage doesn't matter, although Great Weapon Master kind of throws a bit of a wrench in the equation, right? Because I don't think like a D8 versus a D10 is very relevant in this game with all the riders they throw on shit. So like using a two-handed weapon versus a versatile as a one-hander hasn't seemed that impactful to me. But the EK class features do look really bad. I don't want to spend a turn casting a cantrip that doesn't help me at all and then taking an attack as a bonus action. What I've actually done there is lost an attack, right? Because normally I would take 2 attacks as a main action and then I wouldn't have to that's what you're using your actions for. Doesn't seem to actually have been ported very well into their system. So what do we actually then care about off a fighter? It's pretty much just the standard fighter progression. Cantrips are not bonus actions, no. I mean, we get all the fighter stuff, but the EK itself is pretty useless here. And why EK? Because we wanted the packed weapons stuff. But we could find other weapons if we wanted. Cheers, Thrifty Wallers. Glad to hear it. So we could Battlemaster. Battlemaster was solid. It's a bit boring. But it's very solid and doesn't have to run into this. I mean, we could just take EK and say, hell, we don't care about the class features. We'll just never use them. Just so we can have access to pack weapon stuff. Build a champion. The champion abilities weren't good either. I actually looked through them the other day. But they weren't good. So otherwise, we have other classes. We could look at paladin features. The auras are okay. They're short range, which is kind of a bitch, but they're good. The ancient aura is damage reduction and doesn't require, it's just half off all damage basically, and it doesn't require charisma. It's kind of weird to dump charisma as a paladin, but I suppose we could do it. I don't know what scales off of charisma on paladins right now. I don't think a lot, honestly. I think lay on hands are independent. I think some of their spell DCs, if they have like hits to anything, will have it, but otherwise no. I can't remember if paladin class spells get yeah, Devotion Aura would be bad. The Aura Protection, rather. We're gonna look at Ranger in a minute for sure. I want to think through the options out loud. Smites for Paladin. I mean, Paladins bring a lot to the table, right? Auras are okay. They're full martial. They have caster progression, channel oaths, and the lay on hand abilities are pretty good too. All that's pretty solid. I haven't tried to dump charisma fully on a paladin before, but I guess we could. The rangers were not super exciting either, right? Hunter is like super generic. I don't want an animal companion. I don't like companion classes very much, just in general. So the question is, what are we getting? The fighting styles were actually really interesting. The fighting styles, or not fighting styles, the favorite enemies in Natural Explorer was actually pretty interesting for the rangers. I also like that none of our companions have been rangers yet, so it might be fun to play around with one. I mean, Gloomstalker has some cool stuff. It's the coolest of the three, since Hunter just has the generic ones. These are always been fine, particularly good early, but they never seem to scale super well for me, and I don't like these abilities. Like, these just seem all entirely useless to me. Like any of those. And these are okay, but not exceptionally good. I don't remember. I guess we should look at the ranger spell list. Is there anything interesting in here? Yeah, these are this is the favorite enemy in Natural Explorer stuff is actually pretty good, right? It's a resistance if we want it. We could get another Find Familiar, which we could keep using the int bombs on the Find Familiars. Will enemies attack familiars, chat, if they're not cloaked? If they're not hidden? Yeah. So I kind of like the idea of having some familiars to actually utilize the psychic abilities. Like that psychic shield gets a lot better on a familiar, since I don't care about the familiar getting stunned. Which is kind of nice. I like random proficiencies when I can choose which one. Although we'll be stuck on Ranger Knight, right? History, pretty useless, but heavy armor proficiency is worth it just for that feature entirely. And then we can either take a familiar or a resistance and be happy about it. Spells don't look great. Extra attack at 5. Rangers are prep casters, or like how does their spell progression work for rangers? I haven't played one in a very long time. Sorcerer. So they have to learn it. And their stuff doesn't scale very well. Subclass feature, Misty Step, always nice. Level 6 is another round of picks, but we don't want Investigation or Arcana particularly as a ranger. We mostly want Wisdom shit if we can do it. Second round of these look a lot less good than the first round, don't they? We could try multi-classing it if we're only trying to go to 5. I was kind of looking forward to triple attacks on that fighter too. What was the Gloomstalker pickup? There it is. Superior Dark Vision. Lae'zel does not see in the dark, so that's pretty nice for her. Wrap yourself in shadows if you're obscured. As an action, become invisible. It's not very good. Dread Ambusher. As a bonus action, you can hide from enemies by succeeding a stealth check. It's okay, I guess, as a bonus. Bonus action hide is fine on that. Dread Ambusher. You take out, specialize in taking out foes swiftly and ruthlessly. You gain +3 to initiative. That would be nice. The Cleric's initiative have been shit, and we are dumping Dex, so having a straight up initiative bonus would be nice. The first turn of combat, your movement speed increases by 10. You can make an extra attack that deals an additional 1d8. Kind of so-so. Misty Step. Proficiency in Wisdom and Intelligence saving throws at 7. I thought, don't Rangers have proficiency in fucking Wisdom? So medium and shields, all martial weapons. No, it's strength dex. We'd have strength dex wisdom by 7. That's actually kind of nice. Wisdom saves are pretty good. I want a melee strength-based attacker is what I want out of this character. So I'm not sure that we want to do one of the ambush rogue kind of builds. The rogue stuff really doesn't play very nicely into the strength stuff unless we're pushing. We're already doing that in the barb, who I think does it better. I could maybe go down that route if we were not looking to progress past a certain level on a class. Like for example, judging by the bonuses we picked up there, the ranger stops getting interesting at about 5. So we could just go to extra attack and stop. And then build both Karlach and Lae'zel with thief stuff. But it feels samey and a little over-optimized maybe. The fights are not hard in this game yet. I mean, these ambush fights have been harder, for sure. But not by a lot. Just kind of alpha striking my bard every time. I lead with the bard out of convenience, right? I lead with the bard out of convenience because I like to interact with things with my main character who's the face. I could lead with somebody else so that they're the one triggering the ambushes and getting nuked down as opposed to the bard, right? How the hell are you at 150 hours, Ursus? God damn, man. Yeah, the story is much more fun than the combat to me. Although the combat is good, it's just the story is more fun. Actually, I won't even say that. It's not that the combat is good, it's that the encounters are good. The combat is medium plus, probably. Mostly because there's so many things that are lied to you. Tooltips lie to you. Projections lie to you. The engagement is clunky. The stuff only kind of sometimes works as it says it's going to. That kind of stuff, right? But the encounters have been good in terms of like, they're thematic, they're interesting, they have cool enemies, they're often in cool terrain, there's often neat things going on. Like, that's been excellent. Yeah, I guess, buddy. All right, well, let's look deeper then. We can't. Is there ever a world in which we're not heavy armored? I really like to not do that, right? Or rather, yeah. There's some universe in which we're like medium armored, and Lae'zel, we just passed that really cool piece of equipment that gave you full dex bonus to a medium armor. But I don't think I want to max dex on a strength-based character, right? The problem keeps remaining exactly the same. All the items we find are really good, and they're really interesting, and I'd like to utilize them. And the martials are super strong. So I think that means I want a strength-based attacker, right? Especially since Karlach is incentivized to be... why can't I speak right now? Incentivized to be finesse-based, which means can't use a lot of the interesting two-handers or interesting strength-based weapons. I don't know if any of the clerics get a second attack. Maybe some of them. But I think their progression is less interesting, right? I mean, you're right. Technically, we can get heavy armor on clerics. We have heavy armor on one of our clerics right now, actually. We could probably do something with Warlock if we wanted a packed weapon, but I don't know if the Warlock stuff is very interesting either. We could try a Wisdom-based Warlock. It's not so much heavy armor. I mean, heavy armor is part of it, but the other part of it is I want the... And I guess the Paladins again. I guess we'll take another look at that in a second. Clerics, at least, are inherently wisdom-based. But we tried nature now. It was super garbage. Tempest has been fine, but worse than just being a martial character so far. I feel like the clerics never actually got a second natural attack, right? It was like some resource to take your second attack. I think that's not what we want. It's true. If we went, you're right. If we went the warlock that gives us actual martial skill, I mean, we could still go strength. We could go a strength, wisdom, warlock, and ignore packed weapon. Or can we? The second attack is a default of packed weapon. It's not though. It's in this game it's the packed boon that gives you that. How does it work? Pact to the blade. Yeah, but what's the enhanced version? Does it actually specify the weapon that I have the bonus on? Deep Impact. Pleased with your service. New bonus to the terms of your pact. Gain an extra attack with your packed weapon. GG. Alright, so Warlock's off the table then. I think it is then... I'm not interested in EK after that subclass stuff. I mean, we could still look at it. Maybe it's okay just for shield, but god, the EK does not look good. So we're really looking at Battlemaster, one of the Ranger variants, a multi-class variant, or possibly one of the Paladins again. Alright, the problems were Aura of Protection is Charisma mod for bonuses. And there's not a lot of reason to pull into this, right? The Ancient Aura is at 7, right? I don't know what I don't remember what Devotion does. I don't remember what Vengeance does. And I don't know what Oathbreaker abilities are. Let's have a look at these. Warlock extra attack stacks with the Martial extra attack? Jesus. As I said, I've said this earlier, like, I want to use these weapons because they're cool weapons and I want to play with them. I think there's so many ways to break this game up, like combat-wise, from optimization, that I don't think I have to go out of my way to do that. The fights aren't hard enough that I need that, and there's so many ways that we're going to inevitably do that already. So I don't feel like I need to like do what you just suggested, for example. All right, what do we gain? Holy Rebuke. Is this this is Devotion? Charisma modifier to attack rolls. Okay, it doesn't. And where's the actual Devotion? Paladin protect their allies from charm. Okay. You guys want the link? Sorry, I'll throw this in. Just if you get to this, just go back to the main page. Someone linked it, but they got auto moderated. So, all right. Looking at Vengeance here. Ancients is great. It's just like half damage on the aura, which is fantastic. Let's see. Inquisitor's Might. You and allies attack deal 3 radiant damage and can daze enemies for 1 turn. What is this? Bonus action to Vengeance. 2 turns single target buff, which causes their or their allies' weapon to deal an additional plus charisma radiant damage. Scammed. Frighten, the DC is going to be up against your charisma, I'm almost certain. Vow of Enmity is... It's a paladin action, huh? Just gain advantage on that. I mean, that's going to be good for boss fights. Advantage, full actions is fucking expensive as hell, though. I thought this was a bonus action. I mean, we could spec into it to look at it. Maybe looking at the paladin progression is worth. Just to see the spells, too. If you hit an enemy with an opportunity attack, you gain an extra movement. That's not very exciting. Level 9 is haste. Would be nice to get haste cast from one of these. So Vengeance looks okay. What did Oathbreaker do? Bunch of stuff I don't really care about. What was the other paladin version? It's just Ancients, right? Ancients is just sick, but what was the problem? Like, the stuff wasn't good in here? Why doesn't it show me the class features? Sag. Wait, where's my aura? Only goes up to 5. Alright, so let's do a quick spec on Ancients and Vengeful and see what we're actually picking up.
Assume nothing.
I hate how hard it is to get information out of this game. Like, it just like refuses to tell you your level up information without actually leveling it up. And that's great when you're like high level characters. Like I will not be deleting, if I play again after this, like after this playthrough, I won't be deleting my save. I'll just be keeping this save so I can go to Withers and respec shit to see what the hell's going on. Yeah.
Fate, dost thou require a new ally? As thou...
Alright, so if we went Paladin here. And let's say we dumped Charisma, which is the plan. That's a bonus action. Divine Sense. Gain advantage on attack rolls against Celestials, Fiends, and Undead. That's so much better than Divine Sense has ever been before. Holy shit, that's good. Alright. That's kind of interesting. We choose our class now, huh? Ancients gives us a weak-ass healing thing. And Ancient Tenets. Devotion gives us... Okay, first of all, I guess we should read these tenets. Kindle light, acts of kindness. Shelter the light. Delight in culture and small joys. Nothing about lying. I think it keeps 25 quick saves, AQJ. There's a setting. So I'm assuming it's deleting past 25. Alright, Devotion gave us this thing, which was no good. It says 1 to 4 radiant damage to anyone who hits them with a melee attack. Didn't the other one say it was based on charisma? I mean, I don't want this anyways. And I think Oath of Devotion was the least interesting for us. And Vengeance has... Oh no, it's this one. Her charisma modifier currently is 2 as well, right? So this might actually just be showing that. Oh, you know what we didn't do? Let's do this differently. Hold on. Let's crash out of here real quick. We need to reset her stats on this just to full dump charisma.
Dost thou require a new ally? As thou do...
Which we can do here. I don't want to worry about the rest of it right now because we're going to load anyways. But I do want to dump charisma to 0 and see if those scale. And it's dumped to 0. Huh. Okay. Does it do that when I click Paladin too? Nah, it uses their build for Paladin. Okay. We're not even talking this really, are we? We're talking full dex dump, strength max, con max with like wisdom to something like 14. We're talking like this. We'd actually like hanging strength like that too. There's no half feats that were any good for wisdom. There is a half feat that's okay for con. And there's 2 good half strength. There's like 2 or 3 half feats for strength that are all good. I guess we're like this maybe. Could be int for some rolls or something too. But let's pretend it's this. And just use this for looking at the paladin stuff. Never seen a charisma dump paladin before. I've never built a charisma dump paladin either, so I'm kind of curious if it's working. We're at the moment we're looking, right? We're looking at what we could do with this. All right. Wait, how can I be level? Oh fuck me. We have a setting changed again. I forget that paladins choose on 1. All right, one more respec.
Indolence breeds madness.
Fate, dost thou require a new ally? As thou...
If we're trying stuff, we are trying stuff. Okay, kept my charisma stuff. There's the subclass stuff. So we can go through with Ancients. We kind of want to. And we could go through on Vengeance. Vengeance is down to 2. It maybe is minimum of 2. So not going to be good long term for us, but it's still okay. Fight the greater evil. Exerting your wisdom, identify the higher morality in any given instance and fight for it. No mercy for the wicked. Chasten those who dole out their villainy by wiping their blight from the world forever. Sounds like they're going to get us a little bit more screwed over here. I have 14 charisma again. I just checked and I didn't. Oh my god. Okay. Thanks. Wait, why are my stats different this time around? 8 charisma, 8 intelligence, 12 wisdom, 16 con, 17 strength, 2 1. Why do I have a different number of points then? Oh, 12. Thanks. I don't know what the hell I was doing before. It was 10-10. Okay. I really don't care. We can worry about this later. That's what it was. It was 14, and then the other one dumped, huh? Sure. Let's pretend we're doing this, which we're not. But all right. So this is Vengeance, doing 1. There might be other class features are fine, that are fine rather. Let's read the Vengeance ones too. What is that? It's Divine Sense. So they all get Divine Sense, which is interesting. Okay. That's true. We haven't looked at a... That's another decent one to maybe look at is what can we do with... I don't think the bear form, the changing druids are going to be any good for us though, right? Presumably we don't get any of our interesting weapon stuff from that, which is the whole point. Alright. Do get a fighting style out of this. Could be a great weapon too, which is nice. Defense and great weapon are both great. If we're doing that. Did kind of forget about paladin stuff there. What are these? These are smites. No shield. We have Shield of Faith, but no shield. Protection from good and evil. There's okay spells too, right? We're going to have very low prepared spell count, which is going to be... This is one of the other downsides of Charisma. We could bump Charisma to 10 if we wanted doing this build too. We don't have to full dump it. We could do it instead of the Dex. It's going to make us weak to saves, but that's okay. Or we'd obviously look for spells that don't require a Charisma check to do anything. Smite is not based off Charisma. It's just straight radiant damage off of spell slots, right? And if our spells are shitty anyways, we'll use all of our spell slots for smiting, which is fine. Alright, but alright, what levels are the class, not the class progression, but the subclass progression? Immune to disease. There's what I was looking at. Vow of Enmity. So it is a bonus, not a full action. Even though the wiki says full action. Frighten, that's a wisdom save versus our stuff, but these use the same resource. So they use Channel Oath. So as long as we're willing to throw for advantage all the time, which we're certainly going to be, especially if we use great weapon. If we're not gonna have as many feats though as paladin as opposed to fighter. So it would be more challenging to get to great weapon master if we want it. This is why you do it in the game, because the game gives you totally different information than any of the wikis right now. I don't understand what this means, lay on hands as a charge. Previously, I guess we're going to have to look at that, because lay on hands has always been different, right? It's always been a set pool that you use to heal people. So it's kind of weird as a charge. This is 5, so there's our bonus attack, or rather our extra attack at 5. Any more features? Not really. Okay. No, you're talking about channel divinities, which are different than lay on hands. Okay, there's Aura of Protection. We can grant a whopping +0 if we brought Charisma to 1, or I think it's currently 8's a -1, right? So even at 10, it's going to be 0. So we're just going to not get our level 6 paladin ability. Although again, we can spec out a paladin at 5 if we want. I just wanted to see what the subclass was at 7. Okay, here's the 7th. You hit an enemy with an opportunity attack. Your movement speed is increased by 15. Well, 15 is better than the 5 it told us on the wiki, but it's still pretty garbage. Alright, so if we went Vengeance Paladin, which we're considering, we get Bane, Hunter's Mark, Misty Step, and Hold Person as bonuses. We pick up Misty Step, although we get Misty Step 1 being we get 1 charge of Misty Step being a Gith already. So that's not super relevant to us. The rest of these spells are pretty bad for us. We're basically just going to be burning spell slots for smites. Lay on Hands has 4 charges, and what does it do? 28 healing. I wonder if this is based on paladin level or something else. We're currently level 7. It's probably 4 times your paladin level in healing. That's a huge fucking heal. It's a full action, but you can do it out of combat, and you get 4 of them. That's a lot of healing. Seem to only have 1 charge of Oath right now. All of these use the same thing, and Vow of Enmity is fine. So just having advantage on things a couple times per fight or whatever is, or per whatever it is fine. Click lay on hands for more info. I did click lay on hands. Uses 2 for that. Uses, oh, I see. Greater is 2 charges. Lesser is 14. Okay, so it's less good than I did. Because there's another sub-variant, apparently. But okay. That's still fine. It's not quite as good as I was hoping. Channel Oath charge. Do I just have one of these? When do I get my second Channel Oath charge? Later, obviously, but when later? And what are our smites doing? There's scaling damage that does even more to fiends and undead. It's kind of nice. Yeah, I know what smite is. I meant specifically, how does it scale and what is the text on it? So lay on hands not as exciting as, okay, this is the vengeance one. Let's go have a look at the class features for the ancient
Fate,
ones. I don't know how to
thou
oath break in
require
camp. I doubt I
new
can.
ally, as thou desire.
That's sneaky. Changes them on the fly when you click Paladin subclass again. Alright. Alright, what did we just pick up? I thought there was one more there. I think there was one more there, but what was it? Ah, disaster. Should have done it in that menu. If you're just tuning in, I'm aware. Go. Might have to break Oath of Nature by attacking somebody. Interesting. Alright, so what else do we have in here? Okay. Here's the class stuff, right? No, it's not class. This is all my equipment. I don't know what those first ones were. Alright, we pick up Divine Health, Turn, and Wrath. Both of these are going to be checks on our... They're going to be using our stuff as a DC, our Charisma. I think it's going to hurt the Ancient one a lot more than it's going to hurt the Vengeance one. Just tuned in, man. Maybe just chill. Like I just explained all this. You're actually asking me to double down on the explanations that we've already doubled down on. We're not doing this on the wiki because the wiki doesn't have any of the information correctly. So the only way to get the correct information is through the game. We started on the wiki. We're literally like, if I hit tab right here, we go to the wiki. You know, like literally, right? Like that's just up here. We've just been working through that. We started there, but all the information's wrong. I think the Oathbreaker stuff's bad for us though, chat, right? Because the Oathbreaker stuff is all like scaring and all the stuff in there all seem to be spell DC. So really all we're getting is aura warding. And it's actually different. It's not elemental damage at all. It's spell damage halved. Alright, so let's look at what we actually pick up out of Ancients if we did it. We get... just the same lay on hand stuff. Same lay on hand stuff. So just the paladin class stuff. The channel oath is all nearby allies. Doesn't 10 foot. So an AoE 18 point heal. What is this scaling on? Maybe it's like 2 plus your character level or something. Or 7. It's true. There is some interesting gear that interacts with healing. I don't actually like combat healing. It is a bonus action heal though, which is pretty good. But the rest of this is pretty bad for us. All of these are what we're trying to do. If we're trying to dump charisma, these are bad, right? Since we give up pretty much all of our spell DC here. Well, I suppose there's also the Pact Blade Paladin without dumping. I mean, I guess we could like the same way that this is like this is strength con wisdom, right? I mean, we could build it charisma con wisdom on the warlock to some degree. All right, but we did kind of narrow this down. If we go the paladin route, we're gonna have to go vengeance because the other ones are no good. I don't know what the oathbreaker ones do. I don't know how to oath break in camp. I guess, is it the same if you break an oath? Is it the same? Let me ask this a different way. Are there 3 oathbreaker variants based on which variant you broke the oath of, or are they all the same? Just one. Okay, so we're currently an ancient one. Can I see the tenets of my oath somewhere? Probably. Just where? You break oath, you can't respec until you fix oath. I'll just load, man. We're just sciencing right now because we can't get the information out of the wikis because the wikis are inaccurate. So where is the oath? Oath of Ancients. Kindle through acts of kindness, shelter the light. What if I kill the puppy? That's got to break every paladin oath, right? Come here, Scratch. Okay.
Show no mercy.
Smack! Received condition, oath broken.
I've lost something deep within me.
Told you.
Something.
It's nice that actually works.
Grips your chest. Your strength falters. An emptiness.
You've broken your oath. At the close of day, I will be waiting for you.
I want your armor.
We have much to...
Close of day. Wait, why have we gone into combat with everything? The rest of the camp. Oh, there he is. Oathbreaker Knight. What? I have to fight him? Well, I guess I got a chance at his weapon. What the fuck? I was just looking for what the Oathbreaker stuff does. He's level 12. Why is he level 12? What? To kill a level 12 with 300 health? Who has all of the auras? Okay. Alright. I mean, we're sciencing right now. But we did just learn a valuable lesson about the game. Scratch is not to be killed. Alright. We're not worried about winning or losing. I just want to see what the abilities have changed to. So, where's Lae'zel?
I'm fury.
Okay, Lae'zel's lay on hands can't access it right now. Can't get to our menus till it's our turn, and he's gonna go next. All right, we need to feed somebody into this. What are his saves? I'm sure he's like fucking impossible. Int is our best bet. All right.
Light on my feet.
Get your noob magic out of here.
Too much to bear.
Get stunned, noob. All right. Oh, he's not stunned. He's just blinded. How did we blind him? Who knows? Okay. All right, but we still don't care. Where is Lae'zel? Okay, Lae'zel's here. We can finally actually look at her abilities. All right. Lay on hands. Same variants. Channel Oath all blocked. I don't see any Oathbreaker stuff. I need to talk to the guy who attacked us? That doesn't seem like it's possible. fine. I don't think the Oathbreaker variant's the variant we want to go anyways. I think it's Vengeance if we want one. Yeah, I don't know why he's aggroed, and I'm not worried about it. Can we fight him for science? I think it's unlikely that we win a level versus a level 12 with +5 to all of his resistance rolls. I think that's not going to be happening. Yeah, I'd love to know his drops too, but I don't think we're capable of doing it at 7. And I don't know. Anyway, I don't really care. I didn't check his AC. If it was only like 18, maybe it was. I don't know. Okay, so what would be the other variant then? The other variant would be if we were to try the Warlock thing. Yeah, all right. Dude who I snapped at a little bit, my apologies for snapping, but I just literally had gone through all that again. You're asking all the same questions and stuff I just answered. Maybe the best way, if you're just tuning in and wondering what the hell we're doing, we're trying to decide. I want another martial character, and we're going to do that. Maybe watch the VOD just back a little bit and do it from there. Yeah. Because he's undead, he was permanently blinded by Lae'zel's mace. That makes sense. So we could actually look at the Oathbroken abilities. I haven't seen them yet. And if we know why he was aggroed, we can do this without screwing it up. All right, we'll try that then, just to see what the hell the Oathbreaker does, since that was what we're interested in seeing.
Assume nothing.
It'll be a little bit longer for the respec, but so be it.
On all the love is no domain of, and thou fate dost thou require as thou desires.
All right, we're going for class Paladin. Okay. Well, we don't have to unarmed strike it. We just have to turn off the aura that aggroes him. Okay. And it was Ancients to break the oath. And we're dumping Charisma to C. Okay, so it was here. Okay. The thing is, I don't know if any of this makes any difference, chat. Like, the only class that we're going to be able to fit Great Weapon Master on really is going to be the fighter, right? Like, everything else is going to run into stat dependency problems. Now, maybe we can get away with it because the game's going to throw some ability to get above 20 strength at us already. But we weren't really planning on that, and I haven't seen it yet. I've seen another way to get to 20, which was via, like, that weapon we just discovered that gives you +2. Also, did it give -1 wisdom? Not like -1 wisdom modifier, but -1 wisdom. So you could go in with, again, a hanging wisdom point. All right.
Action, not reaction.
So we go, come here, boy. Come on, Lae'zel.
To battle.
Scratch is not dead. Shadow Art is temporarily hostile, protecting the dog? In what universe? What are these shitty interactions? I just want to break an oath and see. She's just healing him. Isn't she afraid of wolves?
Kill the dead twice over.
How can I cutting words inside silence? Anyone know? Why the fuck aren't you dead? Where's my secondary attack as a paladin? Wait, where's my second attack? Do I not get any paladin features right now?
Oh my word.
That aggro's the Oathbreaker Knight again. Okay, we can't test this. The idea that it was the aura, that the mace that was doing it makes a lot of sense. But no, he just comes back up and he's angry. The dog is protected by divine forces that we cannot understand. Alright. My mace, the passive is off on my mace though. The mace doesn't do damage as a thing. It's a passive aura on it. The holy light thing is canceled right now. We turned it off. Not active. Okay. Alright. Well, I guess today is not the day we learn about what Oathbreakers do. Today is not that day. Okay. So the other, I think the final route we want to explore is what do we get out of Warlock? If we were to go Charisma, Wisdom, Con, Warlock. And I guess maybe the Ranger variants too. See what the higher levels of, I guess we do that one first. Let's do the...
Eager for battle. Onward.
Let's do the, wait. Are you up here?
Worth examining.
Oh, because that's not the... Just lost my guy. Yeah, okay.
I will be heard.
I wanted to look specifically at the Ranger 7 on
Thou
Dreadslayer, or whatever the hell it's called.
alone.
Yeah.
On all these harsh nights, thou hast sought no company. Love is no demand. Fate, dost thou require a new as thou...
So much value in going above War 6 Bard if you have Gale Wizard in my party. I don't know, Anya. There's so much multiclassing that you can do with no restrictions on multiclassing in this game that I'm looking for a reason to do it before I dive that. We might do an optimized combat run next run if we do a next run, but it's not this run. Again, there's a million different ways to break the game. So I'm not so worried about trying to break the game here. It's not even what I'm trying to do here right now, right? All I'm trying to do is actually have access to all the cool weapons they keep throwing at me. I'd like to be able to use them, and I currently don't have enough martial characters to utilize the just flood of incredible strength-based weapons they're throwing at us. So the goal is just to play around with that. I guess we could end up like fire resistant, which seems like it'd be pretty solid versus Larian stuff. All right, charisma dump for sure. Okay. Wait, can monks use all weapons in this game? They can, but they're not strength-based. No, I want it. Do I want it strength-based? Does it have to be strength-based for this? We're trying to utilize heavy armor too. That's the other thing we're trying to do. The warlock's gonna struggle to get to heavy armor. Is it a half feat, the ability to use heavy armor? It is, right? If you're medium capable. I'm doing ranger stuff right now though. Alright, anyways. Did I just take my ranger spec at 1 and not notice? No, it's 3, right? Tavern Brawler, 17 strength monk, start fighter level 1, and you can unarm attack with strength. Does that answer what we're trying to do at all? We're trying to have heavy armor, and we're trying to utilize the gear they're throwing at us, which is heavy armor and strength-based weapons. So I don't think that does anything for us, right? Unless you mean unarmed attack as in monk weapon instead of actual unarmed. Alright, so these are the actual features. 80-foot dark vision, pretty nice. Dread ambusher, sick. Action, turn invisible. Bonus action, hide. Hiding in heavy armor, but it actually makes no difference whatsoever in this game, right? If you're out of line of sight, you're not being stealth checked, and if you're in line of sight and make an attack, and if you make an attack, you auto pop out of stealth. So I actually don't think it matters that we're heavy armor hiding. I think it's absolutely fine. The time it would matter is if we were moving through an enemy's line of sight that was not fully lit and not attacking, which is never. This is the weird way they've chosen to use hide. I'll look at the monk in a minute, Tim, then if there's a way to do it. I have to look at how that interaction works. I don't mind exploring it. We're taking a moment, a break in the pace after our blazing pace of getting to Act 2. Obviously, we'd never take these. Hey, Diki. Alright, we take a second round of these, which is kind of annoying, since they're much better as the first ones and not so good the second ones. You invis out of combat or still consume your action once you enter combat. You might be able to invis out of combat and then enter combat with somebody else and be in their rough radius. So I'm not sure how exactly that works. Alright, so it's just Iron Mind at 7. With nothing else. Alright, subclass Rangers, not that exciting then. Okay. So, movement and damage on the first round. Bonus action hide as being and heavy armor from Ranger. With Ranger progression in general for spells and some reason to be wisdom based. That's all fine. Alright, so what is this? Describe again the impact of attempting to do this via monk. So how do I get a heavy armor strength based monk, and why do I want this? And then the other one we wanted to look at was the warlock, right?
Fate, dost thou require a new ally, as thou desire?
Tavern Brawler Monk. I won't be using the weapons I want to use. Yeah, Tavern Brawler feat is fine. It was okay sometimes, and sometimes it wasn't. For depends on the fight of the terrain you're in. Like I had a couple fights where there's just basically nothing you can use with that, right? Monks attack 3 times. Let's see. So a lot of swinging, but not necessarily swinging with weapons we want to use. I'm so unexcited about monks. They're just so not good to me. Use throwing weapons as a monk. That's strength based, I suppose. You're right. Do I have to go loot them after? Do I have an infinite supply of throwing weapons? But then none of them are going to restrict the stuff we can use. Alright, so we were looking at a warlock potentially. We choose our subclass here too, right? And the subclasses are independent, I believe, of Pact Blade, which is kind of weird. It's like a combination Hexblade with another class. How is the temp HP on Dark One's Blessing calculated, chat? Anyone know? Is it scaled by level? Or does it just stay 4 all the way through? I guess we look. You crit. I get frightened. Action, I can charm or frighten nearby foes. Charisma modifier plus level hit points. Okay, so we do need to take a second then. Charisma modifier plus level. So it's 7, we're getting 11 health. That's not terrible. It's not exceptionally good, but it's okay. I guess we need to look at the future stuff on this. I don't remember how good the wiki was on this one. Let's take a look at the paladins, or not the paladins, the warlocks. So Warlock subclasses were these ones. And if we have a look, Fiend was giving us Dark One's Blessing, which was that. Where the next one? We get Dark One's Luck at 6, which is a D10 on 1 ability check. Don't know what the cooldown is. I don't even know that's going to be true. We should double check that one. These wikis are super sketchy. And then what's the final class feature on Warlocks? Is there another class feature? And any of the invocations might be relevant. Looks like class feature, subclass features are at 10, which I don't have access to right now. What are the great ones? The great one was Entropic Ward, which does what? It's okay, but it seems worse than the Paladin outright. And Archfey was Fey Presence plus Misty Escape. Okay. Fiendus Resilience. I know that's what a regular level 10 Fiend is. I'm just wondering at the implementation in the game. All right, so we wanted to check the class feature for level 6 Fiend, right? Just to see what it was. And we are dumping Strength Dex. And we think we're going to try this. This looks terrible, chat. Okay. Let's pretend we did this. We need hanging. Oh, we can't anymore. Because unfortunately, to get heavy armor out of this, the hanging point is no good. So we're probably going to be feet shy to do this. Alright, I still want to see what the level 6 feature is. But I suspect this doesn't work even if we want it to work. Does that mean our best options are either the Paladin or a Battlemaster Fighter still? Did the Ranger give us anything we really cared about? I mean, I guess it's in the running. Is that a Dread Ambusher? And I guess both the Paladin and the Aura off Vengeance was no good, right? So it's... Actually, don't remember what the Vengeance Aura was. So both of those would be a multi-spec at 6, right? And then the Fighter would be all the way up. These do not look like very good features for us. I could Paladin into Warlock to get heavy armor. Yep, it's true. Yeah, there's a lot of things to do for this if we want it. But we're still on data collection, right? Trying to figure out the final class features to see what else is available that we might be interested in. But you're right, there's other ways to get the things that we're interested in that we don't need to be worried about. We have to pack the blade here, right? Okay. Okay, so out of this we picked up what? Where is my second feature? At 6. Where's the Dark One's own luck? How does it work? It's a short rest. So blessing is giving us 10 HP. Seems, oh, I guess we only have a 3 modifier because I never took it. So it is, okay, so it's level plus charisma modifier. If you're just tuning in, I'm researching stuff. I'm not doing anything right now. So if you're asking questions why I'm not taking certain things or blah, 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 it's all irrelevant, right? Okay. So not that exciting, honestly, on the dark one either. So the warlock stuff would be basically full caster progression while still being melee, which would be somewhat interesting. We could give up 1 level of level progression for that, which is a bit painful, but maybe not that bad if we're just doing martial for 2 attacks. All right. Which of these is most appealing to us then? I kind of wanted to look at the monk shit too, huh? 7 pally 5 lock. All right. Why did I suddenly lose interest in this whole process? Because I don't think min-maxing for the combat matters at all. I just want to use the cool items they keep giving us. I just want to see the interactions. So, all right, let's do it this way then. Let me grab a, let's pull this up, I suppose. I didn't get a specific item. We just had access to 2 more vendors who have purple items on them that are fucking insane. Window capture, we're looking for notepad. All right. So we are looking at, I'll put this up. Maybe we can stop answering this question. I need to make that much bigger then, huh? Guess it's just pure vengeance, right? What is it called? Gloomstalker, I think, right? And there's some multi-classing available in either of these if we want them at 5, right? And then what's our last one? There's one more variant we were considering, but what was it? I think this actually what ended up boiling it down, right? I suppose, I mean, any of these, if we're looking at the multi-class shit, we have so many more options, don't we? We can do the warlock. We can do any of the, this could be, I guess this is, what would we do after these? And then, okay, MC, this is the warlock, right? So it's, I guess it's a hexblade, really. Which is gonna be like fighter 1 or something, right? Any of the heavy armor variants, paladin 1, whatever the hell we want. Probably not paladin 1 because we probably don't want an oath. Although maybe Oath of Enmity is enough that we don't care that whatever that is. The Oath of Vengeance. So I suppose the other ways to do this are Hexblade with the 1 point splash. Oops. And are there other ways to do this? Strength-based attackers that we care about. Basically, no. What other martials are there? I guess we could go cleric with some sort of second attack, but I'm not very excited about any of this. Okay. Of these, what's interesting? I honestly, I'm stuck. I'm almost stuck on the pure fighter. The pure fighter The advantages of pure fighter are we pick up Great Weapon Master, which we don't get on either of the other ones, right? And then still get 3 multi-attacks at 11. The 11's much later, but Great Weapon Master comes online either at 8 or 6, depending on when we want to do it. The Vengeance Paladin, I like the Paladin features that ride along with that. I mean, the Vengeance Paladin is essentially Smite, out of combat healing, and advantage on demand, which are all very nice. Downside is, oh, this is too zoomed. I can make it wider, I guess. Okay. And anything else the Paladin comes into? I look at Savage Attacker. Sure. It's comparable to Great Weapon Master? I'd have to look at math to believe that. It seems unlikely to me. It's possible, I suppose. Alright, what did the Ranger Knight do for us? Not a lot, really, right? The opener was what again? It's like, oh, it's initiative. And the Hexblade gave us Warlock spell progression. -1 for the splash. No, I wasn't impressed with the other Ranger subclasses at all. I'm pretty down on the Ranger looking at this to me. I mean, the Fiend version of this looked okay. That was temp HP, which seemed decent. I don't know what the spell list looks like exactly on the Fiend, but I guess I can look that up pretty easily. Let's go have a look at what that looks like. Fireball, Stinking Cloud, Wall of Fire, Fire Shield, Cone of Cold, Flame Strike. None of those are that interesting. What about the other ones? Dark One was... not Dark One. What are the other Warlock variants? Fiend, Great One. Alright. Great Old One had... looking for Haste is what I'm looking for, but I don't see it here. And Archfey. Doesn't look like the buff spells are particularly strong. Greater Invis is not the same in this game, Tim, as it is in the other game. It's a stacking... it breaks itself after a couple attacks, essentially. Because it has some sort of stacking, like, stealth detection thing. Yeah, have you not seen it? I don't think I have any characters with it right now, but I'll show you later. It's a homebrew version of it. It's a nerfed Greater Invis. Okay. So, I think we can narrow it down to one of these... and I guess the real answer then is, what are we multi-classing if we go Paladin? What is interesting after multi-class 5 Paladin? I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is Rogue, because Thief seems insane to me. So if we went Thief 3 for our second bonus action, we are strength based. We get our second shove. I guess the other thing about this was the bonus hide, right? Which... I think this was at 3 too, right? Just realized you guys can't see all that. Something like this. Thief pushed us into versatile. You're right, and we already have it. Yeah, obviously we'd take something else. I guess the question is, what if we're... so I'm trying to compare to the fighter, right? So this is probably Battlemaster fighter. It's possibly EK fighter just for shield, but the EK sub-features look awful. The Battlemaster sub-features are at least good, even if they're not super interesting and very repetitive across the course of time. So initiative is disgustingly good for sure. I didn't know it was only a D4. I did notice that our low initiative character, can't remember why she had low initiative, was, I think because we dumped Dex on her, was struggling. She always goes last, right? So this character is going to have that same problem. Maybe there's like some more stars over by initiative then. Because if it is a D4, that would explain why it's always... I was asking this question on stream the other day. Why is it always so consistent that our team goes first, then the enemies go, then our one low character goes? And I guess if it's a D4, that would make sense. If the initiative's not really being calculated properly. Which might get patched, but we can always adjust to patches later. Thief and Gloom? Well, same issue. We're going strength here. Strength and heavy armor. So the thief isn't super exciting from there. What if we look through the class stuff? What are we poking around with? If we go back to this. I don't want the strongest, easiest build. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Like, I keep getting people tuning in and then offering me like meta, like big advice. If you're just tuning in, maybe stick to the small questions I'm asking, so you don't have to know the purpose of the point. But if you're again, I love chat's input on the topic that I choose. I don't really love chat's input on things that I'm not choosing, right? Like, so again, our purpose, which we just had up on the screen, I'll show it up again, right? Our purpose is trying to use heavy armor and strength weapons. That's the entire purpose of the respec here, just so I can use the items that we're encountering, and there's a ton of them. So I'm interested in a decent build for that, but I don't need to min-max the build particularly super hard, because the whole game is broken. There's a million ways to get strong builds in this game for combat, and the combat has not been the most exciting part of the game for me. So mostly I just want to use all this crazy gear with all these neat effects on it that they're giving us, and I don't have enough ways to do that in my party because they're giving us so much good gear that I want another character able to utilize that. So we're looking right now at one of three things, right? We're looking at either a pure fighter of some sort, a vengeance paladin with some multi-specking after 5, or a ranger knight, which is currently misspelled. A ranger knight, gloomstalker with something after 5. I'm gonna respec after every vendor. Why would I have to respec after every vendor? It's the general pattern of things is they keep dumping a million strength-based weapons on us. I don't think I like the monk features very much, and I seem to be struggling with heavy armor. Plus, I mean, I guess I need to go read the monk stuff. You're not the first person to suggest that. But I'm looking for what the multi-class would be for that. But if we can poke real quick. How does the... So we dump entirely on armor defense if we're going heavy armor, obviously. We don't have to use heavy armor, but it's nice to be able to use the cool gear they're giving us. I guess we're giving up unarmored right now to do that, so maybe we could swap it for that. That seems pretty bad. And then what are we actually picking up? I don't give a fuck about detect missiles. I don't like the monk key interactions with their basic attacks. I get evasion later, I guess. Stillness of mind. Where's the really sweet one? Is it purity of body? That's like resistance to everything. Proficiency to like every resistance to it. I can't remember. I don't know. Monks are so underwhelming to me. There's another thing on the paladin too, right? Which is divine sense, which is pretty nasty too. Divine sense and smite. Paladin's looking a little sexy. I guess we could always respec the fighter at 11 so we don't so bored all the way up. Because I felt like the Battlemaster was fine. It was just a little boring. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm working towards right now. Prince of Fools is exactly what you're outlining, right? They throw so much cool stuff at me, and I want to use that. It's so rare in D&D games to get like saturated with cool items too. Most of the items in D&D games suck. So maybe that's the way. Maybe we just rule out the fighter till later. I mean, Great Weapon Master's fine, but it's just a bigger number in the end, right? I mean, there's all bigger numbers in the end, but at least we get to do it for some cool interaction as opposed to just click bigger number, you know? So we can go back to it at 11 if we're super interested in it. So I like the initiative of the Ranger Knight, and I like the, there's one other thing down here, which is, what is it? Fiends and something. Undead, I think. Okay. I can destroy all doors and chests. The moment I can just lockpick all doors and chests. It doesn't seem like it fills any of the problems we have yet. Fighter, the fighting moves are really fun. There's some really neat interactions with tripping and disarming. Cool. Paladin, the smites and heals are cool. Add different damage types for resistant enemies. There's also some stuff that does concentration, sure. Fiend, Fey, Undead. I'm not sure if it's Fey. It's not the ancient thing. It's, they changed Divine Sense, so maybe it includes Fey. I'm not sure. They made Divine Sense go from, yes, I am indeed fighting the zombie directly in front of me, to actually useful. What would be... What's the value in multi-classing Paladin at all? And what was the Vengeance at 7? Are we still Vengeance spec'd if I go back into the game right now, or do we do something stupid with Warlock? Win something stupid with Warlock. I don't remember what Vengeance Paladin did at 7. Or is it 6? Whatever it's the level after the normal Paladin ability. The normal Paladin aura. So the aura is dead to us, which kind of sucks, because we're trying to do wisdom on this. The 15-foot move. That sounds like it might be right. So we're not very excited about the 15-foot move on AOO. That's right, Tim. Thanks. So if we added more to the Paladin, what would we get? It's not 4.5 though. We checked in Game Cyphus. It's 15 foot, which I guess is maybe 4.5 meters. So maybe it is the same. What would we do if we multi-spec the Paladin? I suppose there's some fighter stuff we could maybe pick up that might be useful for early fighter stuff. We could try to combine the Ranger Knight with the Paladin. Bonus action hide all the Ranger stuff. Heavy armor not useful to us though. The Ranger stuff actually not. I mean, I guess we could pick up 1 resistance out of that. 3? Well, it doesn't just go to 8, right? It goes to whatever's past it. Multi-classing Paladin seems hard when Aura Protection is at 6 and it's Charisma based. I'm not going Aura of Protection, so I wouldn't worry about it. We're literally dumping Charisma on this character. It's going to be an 8 Charisma character. I suppose, can we smite off of Warlock slots? Having 2 more smite slots could be okay. Like a Warlock 4 or something. I don't know what I'd do with the rest of the stuff exactly. Some smite slots. I mean, I know you can in D&D. I don't know if you can in Baldur's Gate 3. Do we know if the Fiend thing that gives me temp HP on killing shit, is that scale off Warlock level or level? There's some stuff. There's no Warlock shit that lets me fix dice rolls, right? Not really. Charisma mod plus Warlock level. Okay. So pretty useless for us. Fiend Luck one didn't even look that good. 1 D10 to an ability check once per short rest seems pretty bad. So weird having totally unfettered access to multi-classing. No stat requirements at all. It just opens up so much. There's some early bard stuff, but I don't think any of it's particularly useful. There's some expertise in there. So we could, for example, go for expertise on shoves again, which is pretty nice. I have that on the barb, which I like. I mean, that initiative bonus on the Gloomstalker with bonus hide really isn't that bad. I just don't know what else we get from Ranger if we go Paladin. Like, Paladin already gives us the heavy armor that we get. I mean, if I look at the toolkit that the Paladin brings to the fighting, it looks pretty decent, right? We've got the random disease cures, the random healing, The healing I'm probably not using in combat very much, but it's still nice to figure out which character didn't get the best from the which character needs healing after the short rest. The smites seem nice. Advantage on demand seems pretty nice. The advantage versus fiends and undead sounds pretty nice. I'm not super excited about getting locked into a oath, but maybe it's fine. Maybe it's not super restrictive in this game. It feels like it's going to be very restrictive in this game though. I don't think I want to dump strength though. I mean, maybe we could argue for some charisma. I mean, we looked at the warlock variant, right? Like the warlock just, it's 2k to have my oath back. Seems like a lot. How is a magic weapon spell for overcoming resistance? Is that different triple P than just having a magic weapon? Because we're level 7 now. We have magic weapons everywhere. I mean, we don't have to multi the paladin. Well, in base D&D, magic weapon spell isn't, but is there some weird homebrew rule going on with that right now? Should we spec back into the paladin and see what we look at 5, what we're actually working with at 5, but before we go further? Maybe that's the way to do it. Lae'zel the paladin. All right, we gotta wrap this up though. I've got a sponsored spot at 2, so I need 45 minutes only remaining. I think I'm leaning towards playing with the paladin for a little bit, seeing how the smite plays. Seems like it's gonna be particularly good in this act. Not that I'm deliberately trying to tune that, but it's just, you know, another little thing to push right there. Let's do a quick respec here and see what comes out of 5.
Dost thou require a new as thou?
All right, we get a half feat. It's probably just greater armor master, but maybe not. Brother's still up, thanks. All right, class paladin, looking at vengeance. And then we are looking at abilities, strength, dex, con, charisma, wisdom, half strength seems fine. We went full strength. Can we get any value out of this? The ore is at 5, right? If we went full strength as opposed to a half feat and dumped dex to 8, kept wisdom at 14, we could run 12 charisma. Or is it 6 and 7? I'd really like to dump charisma entirely on this paladin if possible. I guess the half feat's going to be the heavy armor half feat, which is fine. It's getting a little weaker at the stage of the game we're in right now, but it's still fine. Scales nicely with the my wisdom. My wisdom or charisma, because I want wisdom, because I need more of the wisdom things that we're doing. Although I haven't looked at skills. That's something we didn't incorporate onto right now. Background and skill here. So athletics for sure. Intimidation's irrelevant. We're looking for perception, which we can't get on Lae'zel. Which class backgrounds, if any, have access to perception? Ranger, probably. I forgot about that when we were looking at our pros and cons. All right, let's pull that up and calculate that in, see if that changes anything. Particularly here. Elves. Elves are not a class. They are, in fact, a curse. Okay. So if we dump, what am I looking for? I'm looking for these. Okay, no one died from a seizure. Okay, as I close tabs. Can I see what these? Oh, I guess I don't need them all. I just look at the ones we're choosing between again, right? Let's look at fighter, paladin, ranger for these. Gift do have a +4 perception. What? Perception rolls are based on... Anyway. Oh, right. We don't have to. We get it anyways. It's irrelevant. Okay. No, it doesn't matter because it's Lae'zel. Lae'zel just cheats her way into having perception, doesn't she? So, non-issue. Okay. Alright. So we can just take whatever. And actually, we would prefer to take non-wisdom based skills, since we permanently have proficiency in all wisdom based skills for the entirety of the game. Okay. So it's religion, persuasion. Okay. Yep. All right. Okay, so we're bringing her to 5 and then having a look. I don't have to worry about spells here. Both the ranger and the paladin get fighting styles, right? This is a real question. Are we looking to run shield, in which case we don't want great weapon fighting and we want defense? I mean, we're gonna this is a loaded save anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter for what we're doing here. We're just looking. Or are we looking for great weapon fighting rerolls? And it doesn't matter what spells are prepared. This is paladin preparation. Okay. Alright, we're looking for heavy armor master, right? Well, great weapon fighting's fine if we're using a great weapon, which we may or may not without great weapon master, right? Anyway. We're not respecing right now, chat. We're scouting this. If I could do this all on the wiki, I'd do this all on the wiki and just do it once in game. But the problem is I can't get good information about the game without being in the game right now. Anyway, so this is level 5, right? Okay, so we close out of here. We're now currently, we're currently level 4. One more. Whoops. Okay. All right. What, if anything, do we want after? So how do I... It doesn't probably tell me the scaling off the divine smites. They just scale off spell slots, right? So what we're looking to learn here, we're looking to learn... Oh, we wanted to look at the features available currently and then decide what, if anything, we're messing with later. So, like, what does a warlock look like here? What's the goal with the respec? There's one respec. The goal is right there. The top. Click Divine Smite. You can choose the slot and see the scaling. Okay. It's good to know. Let's try that. It's just spell slot scaling then. So then if we want to maximize the divine smite aspect of this, there's something to be said about the warlock scaling. If we go warlock scaling, do we just go charisma anyways? Dump strength. What are the other warlock packed features that are not packed to the blade? It's tome for spells, I think one of which is haste. And that's kind of bad. Yeah, I don't really want more familiars. They're already annoying enough. So really it's just all the paladin shit, huh? Where is the divine sense ability? What does it trigger off of? It's just two. It's just one per short rest, huh? Seems great. Short rest resources play much better with how I play anyways. Should I try not to long rest until I absolutely have to, basically. And I think so far the Bard song has basically been a third short rest, right? Like it's triggered all the short rest resources. It's probably another push for Warlock. I mean, does that mean the only paladin feature we care about, really, past Divine Sense, is the extra attack at 5? Feels like it might be. All right, Wiki, you gonna open this or what? Okay. Get Divine Smite at 2. Paladin level 7 auras are game changing for Oathbreaker. What is the level? I couldn't get the Oathbreaker to trigger properly for us when we were trying to find it. What does the Oathbreaker aura at 7 do? What is the various damage types you're thinking? Charisma modifier damage on attacks for the whole party. Yeah, I don't care. We're not going charisma on this character. I don't need to optimize for combat in this game at all. There's just no reason to do it. Aura has been... I don't know what level the aura enhancement gets for range. The auras thus far have not been that. They've been 10 foot, right? So it's not 30 meters. I'm getting frustrated repeating this, Dagiel. You've been here for this too. I mean, I just keep putting it on screen. Do I just need to leave it there? Radiant Smite Flame. Oh, you mean the Smite stuff. The Smite stuff is... I guess it's okay, I guess. So we would get... We get Vengeance Paladin at 1. We get Smite at 2. We get Divine Sense and Channel Oath at 1. So we get 2 sources of advantage. Advantage for Fiends, Celestials, and Undead. And then advantage on whatever target we care about once per short rest. And then we pick up a Fighting Style at 2. And Spellcasting, or rather, and Divine Smite. Man, are we ever a strength, wisdom, con, paladin 2, warlock X? Are there any warlock features we care about at all? Anything just inherent to the warlock that's interesting as we level? Invocations. We can fix Lae'zel's lack of dark vision via one of the invocations. Is kind of fun. Well, we'll get the second attack through... Oh, right, but right, fuck, if we do that, we're stuck because then the second attack comes out of Charisma. Do you think Pack Blade is whichever is better, your strength or your Pack Blade, or is it just purely charisma? What is the Siphus? Use a spellcasting class with the highest level is tied to your highest spellcasting attribute. Oh, we could go pure wisdom, you're thinking? I mean, it's not like the warlock stuff is very interesting either. It's basically just the spell progression, which is just smiting in the end for us, right? Where's the improved pact? Improved pact is 5. Extra attack, which we're gonna get stuck on. Familiar gets an extra attack, hugely scammed. Animate dead, haste, and call lightning once per long rest. Oh. That is a lot of time in between. So we get 1 fight out of maybe 7. We get a haste. Maybe it's the other way. Maybe it's Paladin 2, Ranger 5. Gives us, like, everything. Million sources of advantage. Some small utility spells. Fixes our initiative. Gets us in heavy armor. What kind of features interest me? All right, I'll answer that. We got... I think with 30 minutes, we're 30 minutes left before we're changing games for the day. I don't think I'm going to get time to get more gameplay in, so we're probably just solving this question. All right, I'll spin it in terms of context. We'll do this once, and maybe we can just timestamp when this is, so if more people come in the middle, we can tell them to go watch it, so I don't have to repeat it every 8 seconds. So, look, we like our party. Our party's doing fun things. I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 requires combat optimization in the way that I like to combat optimize for games. So far, the combat has been the easiest part of the game in terms of the fights have not been individually difficult. They've been often in unique and interesting encounters, and I appreciate the fight design from a setup perspective, but the actual fighting has been pretty one-sided by and large. And I've really rolled with that with the Bard, right? We have a Bard who's basically useless in combat, and that's totally fine. The Bard is doing all the fun shit in the game that I can possibly want, which is basically exploring all the storylines, learning all the things about people, finding out all the secrets, picking all the locks, grabbing all the loot, just whatever the fuck I want. I love the Bard. The Bard's been great. The team as a whole is fine. We've got Gale for just learning to seeing all the spell effects in this game to kind of figure out how the spells are working with their homebrew systems. You get a lot of them. The Wizard's been pretty versatile as a caster, but I haven't found the casters to be actually very good damage dealers in fights. Mostly I've found that the buffs and debuffs are the way to go for them. Just generally true in D&D, but it seems particularly true here where the martial damage is outscaling everything else. Now, I don't really care about the martial damage outscaling everything else, particularly except the fact that they keep feeding me all these super interesting weapons and gear, and with the addition of 1 million extra gear slots and a bunch of weapons and all this stuff synergizes, I'm getting frustrated with not being able to use all the gear that we keep finding. We just entered a new area. There's a ton of new vendors, or rather we found 3 new vendors that have a ton of super sweet strength-based weapons and medium and heavy armors. I'd like to utilize that more. I'm happy with Karlach. The Barbarian is kicking ass. We have a fun build with the Barbarian. I'm having a lot of fun with the Barbarian. Seems great. The Wizard seems good for doing all the int stuff, all the int rolls for whatever that happens to be, as well as just having the full selection of spells available to us. Strongest caster, probably not. I'm thinking Twin Sorcerer is probably the strongest caster I can get access to with the resting sequence that I'm doing. I like a short rest oriented team because I don't like to long rest. It feels gamey to me to long rest after every fight. So we're long resting every like 6 to 7 fights. We took 2 bosses in a row before long resting last time, that kind of stuff, right? So stuff that comes back on short rest is great, especially with the Bard giving us a 3rd short rest by and as a whole. We're often using scrolls, etc., scrolls and potions to supplement fights that we're low resources on. All that's great. All that plays really nicely with the martial stuff. The martial stuff loves potions, loves scrolls, all this stuff like that is so good for them. So we have a barbarian rogue that I'm very happy with. We have a wizard who is fine. It's not particularly exciting, but it's doing lots of things that I enjoy in the game as we're playing right now. And the bard is just opening every door we could possibly want to open, be that dialogue, be that character, be it actual door, right? So our last character here, I'd like to keep playing with companions if possible as well. I'm enjoying seeing the storyline progression of these companions. I may do a run at someday with the hirelings, but not this run. This run I'd like to stay with companions. So we're a little limited in terms of race and background starting, but Lae'zel has been fine. The Gith race as a whole seems super overpowered. One of the things we do struggle with a bit is wisdom rolls. We seem to not get all the perception checks completed that I would like. We're missing some content because I don't have good enough perception across the team. So I would like this last character to double dip down the side of wisdom so I can have the perception rolls to keep exploring the game to its fullness. So we're looking for a character that can use heavy armor because the barbarians in medium armor, these two are both in light armor. So I'd like a character that can use heavy armor so we can use heavy armor stuff. I would like a character that uses a strength-based weapon so we can use strength-based stuff. The barbarian wants finesse weapons, which can be strength-based but still limits a lot of the strength-based weapons. So this character the character we're respecking should be strength-based weapons, heavy armor, access to perception as a skill one way or another, and a decent enough wisdom stat to reliably be doing perception style rolls for us. They don't really have to do much else in terms of skill checks. Any fun things they can do that add to the game for us would be nice. And some of that is combat stuff is good since we have a bunch of people who are not particularly good at combat. I'm looking at Gale and the Bard. So if they want to carry the other side of the combat equation to go with the Barbarian, that would be nice. And I want them to use the gear I've already talked about. So the ones we've explored today, we looked at some of the Ranger subvariants. They didn't look very interesting to me. I think Pure Fighter is probably mechanically best for this, but it's pretty damn boring. All the Pure Fighter variants are really boring. Champion looks awful. EK looked pretty bad. And the Battlemaster looks fine, but it doesn't change very much across the course of the game. It's basically doing the same thing all the way up. If I look at mechanically what we just looked at, the Paladin looks like the most fun mechanically from a versatile combat kind of encounter perspective. It may not be the most powerful possible build out there, but it looks kind of fun in terms of the things it's doing. It seems to be able to conditionally generate advantage through a number of different ways. It seems to be able to conditionally do burst damage with smiting. It seems to have access to the type of stuff I want it to do. It's probably going to have some interesting class interaction. I guess it won't have class interaction because it's Lae'zel, but that type of thing, right? So the other one that kind of looked interesting to me was the Gloomstalker variant. Fixing the initiative hole on a combat character seems reasonable, and Lae'zel does seem to end up last, especially when we dump Dex for initiative always, since everybody else doesn't have Dex dump, and this character is going to have a full Dex dump. So, all right, I think that summarizes where we're at. We started there, we're back here. As we worked through this, we were looking at basically here. I think Pure Paladin doesn't look much better for what we're wanting past 5, especially if we charisma dump, right? So I think finding our source of multi-attack till 5 seems good. I may respect Pure Fighter 11, we'll see. But for the meantime, just any source of second melee attack, second martial attack seems good. And then some interesting stuff that goes with it. You think fun in War Cleric? Not really. The clerics are still full casters, and they don't even get second attack in War Cleric, right? Gloom Ranger with 1 monk, so you can Dex to use. You can use Dex to use strength or Dex-based weapons. That's interesting. Like, do you want to use strength and not turn all strength weapons into Dex and strength is... I guess... man, I don't really need another strength character particularly. Although strength is a good stat in this game. Having a second character able to shove is kind of nice. And jump is OP, especially for the melee classes for mobility. So there is a part of me that would like the second martial character to be strength based. But it doesn't have to be. If we can find a way to get access to strength-based weapons, I can kind of I could maybe live with the conversion. And we haven't checked that out. So I suppose there is something to be said about... Yeah, that's true. I could always, like, Hill Giant Elixir. I think we can, like, craft those on fucking demand. I haven't even looked at that. I'm kind of curious. How many more of those do we have right now? We have 1 in our inventory. What else? And I can only build 1 more. I'm not sure I want to rely on that necessarily, but maybe. Go 5-pack Warlock and 7 Paladin and get all the scaling on Charisma. Yeah, it doesn't... Alright, I need to look at the monk conversion. You're the second person to suggest it, and I've kind of been shrugging it off, and I don't really recall what I care about for monk and how that conversion works. So, I guess if I were to go right there and actually spec right now.
Thou require a new ally? Or
Oh no, hold on. I'm just leveling, right? I can just go monk here. What does monk 1 do for us? Vendors are abundant. They reset in the longest level up. Do they always have access to Hill Giant strength potions? It's kind of weird, but I guess you could do a non-strength. You could just strength dump and generate potions via... Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Alright, if we grab monk, what does the actual class feature do? Attacks with monk weapons and unarmed attacks scale with your dex instead of your strength if your dex is higher. Attacks with monk weapons and unarmed monk weapons. I need to know what a monk weapon is here. Monk weapons are those in which the monk has proficiency, and which do not have the two-handed or heavy properties. Okay. So we could use all of the one-handed, but none of the two-handed weapons that we're finding. Potentially. Yeah, sure. And we can versatile. Sure. But we can't use, again, the goal, I just took it off the screen 1/2 of 1 second ago, is to utilize the strength weapons we're finding. So the versatile barbarian already has ruled out non-versatile, or excuse me, has the finesse barbarian has ruled out any weapon that is not finesse based right now. If we then pick up a ranger monk character who can use versatile weapons but not two-handed weapons, we still have lost access to any cool two-handed weapons we find across the course of the game, right? So I'm not saying we won't necessarily do that. We might end up doing that. It might be a compromise we make, but we do give up some of the cool stuff we may find. Possibly. All right, that's true, and maybe that's the answer. Maybe we save all the potions until we find that cool two-handed weapon. We just use one-handed weapon stuff, and then when we find the cool two-handed weapon, we use elixirs. That's totally reasonable as an answer to that. All right, so what do we pick up on monk that we give a shit about? Like, honestly, if we go back to this. And what is it? We weren't even looking at monk. We were looking at 1 point in monk for the conversion and then building dex. Why were we doing that? Let me just scroll up again and look. We're building a dex ranger essentially. It is nice to be able to rotate between bows and melee. We're doing that on the barbarian because we found some bow that utilizes strength modifier for damage, but it still is a noticeable reduction in accuracy. And any weapon the monk being proficient in is pretty ridiculous, right? Since that just means any way you get proficiency. And what were the ranger proficiencies for weapons? It's all martials, right? So you get everything. Is that right? I think it is. Yeah, it's all martials. All right, so we'd be proficient in everything. Martials and shields. We wouldn't be... What's the other... So what are the other monk features at 1? Anything else we care about? No, the only reason we're taking monk at all is for the dexterous attack, right? Yeah, we can always respec later. We're just trying to solve the current problem of we keep finding interesting stuff we can't work with. We can't use, and that's frustrating me to find so much cool shit that our party can't utilize at all. All right, so let's pretend we went Dex for a minute. So we give up push. We give up jump. We get the ability to switch easily to a bow, which is kind of whatever. We can just switch to a thrown weapon otherwise, right? And we give up, and we get what else? What else do we get from that? We get the... What am I doing? Why? I keep looking at this and wondering why the fuck I'm going monk. Yeah, I'm not convinced by monk. What does monk do for us? Slows down the progression. But if we get rid of monk in that series of thoughts we have, aren't we just right back here? Like right back on what to multiclass with? And we're just kind of still asking the same question. I mean, you can then build a... What are we taking Warlock for? Warlocks are for smites. I think Ranger's what I'm looking for. I think it might be Ranger, Ranger Paladin. I think Paladin Warlock makes some sense, but I think we struggle with Paladin Warlock to find a way to get extra attack. If we're locked in the... Why Paladin? Because it has two sources of melee advantage, or two sources of martial advantage, and a source of burst damage, which seems really nice. I think I answered you, Nelso. Didn't I say that? Isn't there no second attack in War Cleric? Right? Don't you only get a number of... Don't you only get your second attacks through like a bonus action off of like a consumable? Not a consumable, a resource rather. Correct. I think charisma is a deal breaker for us, right? On the build though, Zinsar. No idea how to say that name. That's my phonetics for it. Yeah, I'm kind of there too. Ranger Paladin or Ranger Fighter. I like the initiative boost out of the Ranger stuff. We have to take 4 in Ranger for doing that though, for our second stat boost at any reasonable amount of time. We don't need perception though, it turns out, because we get it off of her racial cheat, which is like, it's just an ability that says it's not a concentration. It uses a resource that replenishes on a long rest, but it stays until the next long rest, and it gives you proficiency in every skill of a certain type. So it's just like 5 skills. It's so OP. Do I want to delay my next... Do I want to delay my next ASI/feat? Well, if we're going a mix of Paladin and Ranger anyways, like we only delay it by 1 level going to for example, Paladin 5. If we go Ranger 5, Paladin 2, we do delay it a bit that way, I suppose. I don't know why we'd go deeper down the Paladin tree either, though, if we already have our extra attack. Ranger gets their subclass at 3, Paladin gets their subclass at 1. There's some interesting Paladin features at 2. It's not a very easy 2 to multi-class because they don't have good breakpoints. If I look at the... Alright. If I look at the breakpoints on... Where is it? This is the Paladin, right? This is the Ranger. Do any of this matter? Subclass matters. Fighting, I mean, we get double fighting styles there, I suppose. Off-going Paladin Ranger 2. We get two-handed weapon. We can get defense and 2-weapon fighting, which is kind of nice, having double fighting styles. Get that out of Warrior 2, though. And then... Favorite enemy stuff is how we get heavy armor, but Paladin comes with heavy armor, so it's not very interesting. The Natural Explorer stuff was resists. Yeah, if I could figure out, if we could, I mean, we can do the Paladin Ranger, or not the Paladin Ranger, the Paladin Warlock, but we have to dump Dex and Strength, so we end up Wisdom or something horrendous, right? I mean, that's possible too. Ranger Rogue matches what you want. What does the Rogue get me, Pessimist? What do I care about on the Rogue? All three, I mean, there might be something with the... What's Assassin do? Get an extra action and bonus action to start a combat. So if you open with this character, you get another action. Surprise gives us crits. Advantage on creatures that haven't acted. It's pretty unexciting. Dash for melee. Well, dash for melee is more exciting if we don't have jump. Otherwise, we really don't need it, particularly, especially if we have any. If we find a long strider somewhere. My concern with spoilers in this discussion. I don't want to know about future weapons and future armors. I can respec if we find something that's so game-changingly interesting that I want to respec for it. But again, I'm not trying to just make power creep here. I'm just trying to utilize the stuff that I have, that I keep discovering and finding. I think Thief Row is great, but our Barbarian is already Barb 5, Thief 3, or will be next level anyways. All right, what breakpoint? With no charisma, all the auras are garbage for us. There's really no reason to go past 5, and if we're not really scaling paladins anyways, when is the improved divine smite? 11, so we're nowhere near that either. I think it doesn't matter past here then, right? Like Paladin 2 is the last time we care about Paladin. What's the hold up on a strength fighter? I just think it's pretty boring. I'd love to have done something interesting with that, but I think all 3 of the fighters they've given us are not very interesting. Battlemaster's a bit better mechanically than the other ones, but it's still not, it doesn't change at all, right? We're just going to end up great weapon mastering what is that? If we end up fighter, it would be pure fighter, and it would be Battlemaster, pure fighter, great weapon master, and whatever the feat is that does it with heavy weapons at 6 and 8 or whatever it is, you know what I mean? So we're just gonna end up, it's gonna be a super one-dimensional just combat character, right? Ranger 5 is where I stop. So we end up right now, we're level 7. We can literally do this, right? We can do Ranger 5, Paladin 2 right now. What do we keep leveling after this? Warlock, probably. Just getting spell progression somewhere. I mean, we would like another stat increase, right? We want to get one of these class levels to 8. Or both of them to 4, I guess. What's Paladin 4 do for us? Maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe just bring both of them to 4. We get a little bit more spell progression from Paladin 4, and that's it. I mean, we could just respec once each level, just to really make the game go on forever. And just cherry pick whatever's the most absolutely best bullshit at any moment. Both 4 means no extra attack. Alright, 5, then 2, then 4, I mean. Which is 1 level faster than just continuing down Ranger. I guess my point is, I don't see any reason to continue down the Ranger tree at all. It seems so useless after a while. Paladin 5 and Fighter 2? We could. I mean, the spot we were at when I think you joined the conversation, but we seem to have returned to that, was right here, right? Which is pure fighter is one option. A Vengeance Paladin going at least to 5 and then multi-specking to something else is another option. And a Ranger Knight going at least, a Gloomstalker Ranger Knight at least going to level 5 and then specking something else after that is an option, right? That's where we were already when we started, about 45 minutes ago, roughly. And we were just trying to figure out what we would multi-spec into. And it could be fighter. Fighter's fine. We get a what do we get on fighter? Action serve, always nice. What does 1 point in fighter do at 3? Anything? I guess we could get champ crits at 19 for better smiting. Or shield, I suppose, out of Eldritch Knight. I would prefer to do it the other way. We get Battlemaster stuff. Battlemaster stuff's pretty strong too. If we're just going 3 points or 4 points in fighter. Could even be 6 points in fighter eventually. Alright. So I think I'm feeling that I think the Ranger Knight stuff is interesting, but if we're already getting heavy armor from something else, and we don't really care that much about the bonus hide, we will lose the Gloomstalker like early round stuff, and we will lose, and I will feel the lack of initiative. That's always gonna feel bad for sure. Although we could just run around with an initiative elixir on. I keep having them and never using them, which will put us back in there, right? So I think Vengeance Paladin, either multi-classing fighter, or rather Vengeance Paladin multi-classing fighter for now, and I don't know which fighter. We'll make that decision next level. Sounds like the most interesting thing from this. Does that sound good to you guys from the kind of conversation we've had leading up to this? Lots of things to press in combat. We can smite, we can gain advantage, we can take extra actions, we can blah 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 blah, right? And if we add the superiority dice for even more stuff, that sounds fun to me. All right, this was helpful. Just been bored with Lae'zel. She's been super boring in combat recently as the cleric. Okay, so let's do this before I do this sponsored spot in a couple minutes here. So we can do that respec real quick. This should be fine. All right, so we load to this. Yeah, they've totally opened up multi-classing in this game in a way that 5e really doesn't survive. So there's all sorts of crazy broken stuff you can do, but I think the limitations of what I want to do here in terms of utilizing all the equipment we keep finding would be nice to have a second person to do that. And I like strength, so I kind of would like to stay in strength if I can. It seems very good for what we're doing here. Okay, so let's go find Withers. Get shit talked.
Thou walkest alone.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to work that way though, Cyphus. Do you have any indication that the pack weapon being Wisdom actually works in Baldur's Gate 3? I don't want to go down that route, theory craft the whole thing, build it, and then have the actual feature not work.
Love is no domain of mine, and that.
Okay.
Fate. Dost thou require a new ally, as thou desire?
Alright, so we respec Lae'zel. Does it matter which we open with? It doesn't, right? All this stuff comes back either way. I guess we care about the saves. Which is which on this? Fighter starting saves are con something, which is always nice. What are the paladins though? I think it's con strength on fighter. Let's find out. Important ability. Saving throws are strength con on fighter. And then the paladin are wisdom charisma. I think we want do we want con? Are we ever going to be channeling anything on this character? Maybe. Wisdom's a nice save. That's all I'm saying. I have no idea. Probably go fighter. Hey, Bob. Thanks for the resub.
Have returned.
All right, fighter. Skill, we're a little screwed here though. Skills, this is a choice? These are choices, but we're gonna get all these. They're not good for us. We don't actually want these skills either. All right, I think we're going paladin then. Okay. Okay. Let's go paladin first. 1 point paladin. It's not ancients. We're going vengeance. Abilities. We need to. This is what we actually have to finesse a little bit. All right. So we want that one. We want this down to 10, I think. This is going to 15. And need more points for this, right? Like that. Charisma full dump. Wisdom to 14. So that's our starting stats. For these, our background gives us intimidation and athletics. So we're trying to stay away from that. We want religion, and we get all the wisdom ones from being Githyanki because that's somehow reasonable. So I guess we're taking persuasion and religion because insight and medicine are part of the other ones. Okay. Okay. All right. I think that's correct. Okay, and then it is Paladin to 5, Fighter to 2 right now, right? That's our second attack. Okay. Do we have any choices to actually make? We have fighting style choices, but we're going to get them both. So we're taking Great Weapon and Defense. We can take Defense for the Fighter. I don't think there's any other ones that we're interested in, so we might as well, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm not like locked into that time. All right, what is the... We can take jump distance and prone resistance, which is kind of nice. Or we can take heavy armor. I think I want to try the heavy armor master. We already have the sweet heavy armor that reduces by 3, and I'm pretty sure it's stacked, so I think it's -5, right? Which is kind of interesting. It's kind of a cool thing. It's not that one, though. It's heavily armored. Where is it? Heavy armor master. Right. That's another thing about that feat. The half feat is only strength for heavy armor master, which is kind of neat. All right, going to 5 right now. Class features here. We don't need to worry about the prepared spells. We can do that in a minute because it's prepared, so that's fine. Okay, switching out to fighter for the last 2. Okay. Get a fighting style at 1. We already have great weapons, so we take defense. Okay. Alright, action surge here for fighter 2. Okay, and I think that adjusts what we want. I'll do the gear stuff later and deal with the rest of it, but I think that changes it over. Wisdom, charisma save, kind of weak these two, but I think con being as it is fine. Strength save might have been nice. It's nice for pushing and being pushed, but this is okay, I think. Okay, so this is a Friday problem. And we get hopefully a slightly more... We're going to go shopping on Friday, chat. That's going to be tomorrow morning.